Good evening, everyone. I am calling the study session to order, and we will wait on the mayor's update. So next would be issue update. Is there an issue update? Oh, we have the mayor back. Head mayor,
Okay.
mayor's report.
Oh, thank you. Had some computer problems here. Did staff already call the roll, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I have not.
Oh, no, I forgot.
Okay, the study session of March 1st, 2021 is called to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Sure.
Councilmember Berzins,
Here.
Councilmember Coombs,
Present.
Councilmember Gardner,
Here.
Councilmember Gruber,
Here.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Here.
Councilmember Lawson,
Here.
Councilmember Johnston,
Here.
Councilmember Marcano,
Present.
Councilmember Murillo.
Present.
There's a quorum.
There's no mayor's update. Are there any issue updates? Seeing none. Question before us is
Mayor,
yes.
I think I heard someone.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Councilmember Coombs.
Councilmember Coombs.
I just wanted to see if this would be the time to bring up, the governor had sent out a COVID remembrance event that would be this Friday. So if this would be the time to bring up whether or not we would like to participate in that. It involves changing the color of the lights on the building, as well as having, I believe, the sirens at the fire stations go off for 1 minute at 6 p.m.
I wonder if, thank you. I wonder if if the city manager can comment on that first.
You bet. So we've sent that out to the appropriate departments, asking them to participate. I'm not sure that we can change the lights to magenta yet. You know, the up lights on City Hall were going to LED. That wasn't a totally smooth transition, so we'll check on that, but we think we can do the fire and police. And the third thing, coming out of communications, yes.
Is there any objection from doing this? Okay, very well. Thank you, Councilmember Coombs. We will go forward and participate with the governor's request for the remembrance for those who have unfortunately lost their lives due to COVID. Any other issue updates? Seeing none. Consent calendar item 2A through 2F. Is there any objection from moving the consent calendar items 2A through 2F forward?
Mayor. Berzins.
Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. I'd like to pull 2D, please.
Oh, very well. Okay. Then is there any objection for moving 2A through C and 2E through F forward? Is there any objection? Seeing none, they will move forward. Then item number 2E, item number 2D, Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. As I had mentioned before, that Monday, July 26th is the day that Accelerate Colorado begins. It begins early in that morning to go out of town. So I am proposing that we move our council meeting to accompany the study session on the 19th. So we would be having both of them together like we've done for years. And then that would free up the 26th.
Discussion?
Yeah.
Mayor?
For the Councilmember Coombs.
I'm just wondering, do we have 6 members of council and mayor intending to go to this trip?
All 11 of us went last year. So I don't know, they haven't asked for
None of us went last year because of
the year that we could go, all 11 went. So, I mean, they have not opened registration yet for this year. So, we don't know yet, but it would free up that evening if we did go.
Okay. Further discussion?
Yes,
Mayor.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I would be fine with moving the council meeting to the 19th and just keep that study session to precede the council meeting. I think that would work.
Further discussion?
Yeah, Mayor,
I'm sorry, Councilmember Burzins, and then who, and Councilmember Hiltz. Okay.
Thank you.
and it's not just council that goes, it's the city attorney that goes. It's the city manager goes. I mean, it's a large group of people from Aurora that go. It's not just council members.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Yeah, sorry. Are we talking about the Accelerate trip or the
Yes.
annual lobby trip? I didn't go to the Accelerate trip last year. So I don't know that all 11 went, but I did go on the federal trip in March.
Okay. All
So
right.
just making sure I wasn't confused on what I was talking about on what I went. So thank you.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to bring up in the Rules Committee, which I know I'm handing off to Mayor Pro Tem Bergen with what we already discussed. And one of the things that we did get consensus on is when there is a work-related conference, professional development, or event, to be able to accommodate that in terms of meeting the quorum requirements by signing into remotely to participate. While I have attended 2 other times on the Accelerate trip, and I've appreciated the opportunity to talk to our congressional delegation, I have a lot of concern that since we already have an opportunity to speak that night, that it would be accommodating based on some of the social networking that would take place. We came up with this schedule to have consistency for the public, and we'd just like to have that discussion. If I'm the only one who has that concern, if anyone else does, but since we did talk about in rules accommodating for those nightly study sessions.
Further discussion?
Yes, Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
So my question is, if we do not have a quorum, so let's say, I guess we need 6 to run a council meeting. And if we only have 5, then I just think it would create a greater problem for the public, because we would have to cancel the meeting with, well, I guess we'd have notice. I don't know if we'd have notice ahead, but I just think it might be problematic, and it seems like an easy accommodation to just put it on the 19th.
Mayor,
Councilmember Gardner.
this is really silly that this is so controversial. We made changes to the calendar last year for the homeless point in time count. We made changes because the meeting was too close to Christmas. I'm really not sure why this has to be so controversial and why we can't just move on with our night.
Further discussion?
I would just like to remind everybody that I did discuss this before we set the calendar. This was discussed, that our Accelerate Colorado trip would be coming up, but we didn't know exactly when. Now that we have a date, I'm just trying to come back and plug it in. I mean, it was discussed, I did it, and I've done it. I think this is probably my 4th time to bring it up. So it's not new. And yes, we did set the calendar for the public and for us, for our schedules, but things do happen, things do change. And I would hate to see us be so inflexible that we couldn't accommodate this trip. Otherwise, like Councilmember Bergen said, I mean, we may not have a quorum. I don't know, but it's always a possibility.
Mayor Pro Tem, could you restate the alternative dates?
Certainly. Since our rules say that we must have 2 council meetings per month, July, we have a council meeting on the 12th and the 26th. I am proposing that we move the council meeting of the 26th up to the 19th to piggyback on our study session, which we have on the 19th. And this is not unusual. I mean, we've done this for years. Had a council, remember, we have council meeting, study session, then we have council meeting. It's what we've done for years, so it's nothing unusual.
Mayor, Councilmember Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. I'll make it easy. I don't support this. It's 8:30 p.m. on the Eastern time. If we don't have a quorum because of some social networking events, then that's what happens. But it's 8:30 p.m. on Eastern time. The only thing that's going to be missed is social. So I'm not interested in changing the calendar for that.
Mayor Pro,
Mayor Pro Tem.
That sounds good in terms of, 8:30 at night on Eastern Standard Time to just be able to jump in on a call. However, typically we start those days very early in the morning. And I think that might be the day of the flight. I can't remember, but a lot of times you're doing that at 6 a.m. So I think it's, I don't know, you've been up all day long. You have had, and possibly that's the day you have had meetings with the congressional delegation. And then we're talking about them jumping onto calls at 8:30 at night, Eastern Standard Time till whatever time, and then getting up in the morning at 6 a.m. for those next meetings. I just don't understand why this is such a huge issue when we have an alternative date being proposed, and it's easier than not having a quorum and canceling the meeting for the public.
Okay, further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
So it requires a majority vote to change this, and there's already 2 people who have expressed that they're not going to support. So I think we should just move on.
Is there any objection? Well, I'm getting feedback. Is there objection to the alternate date that's been proposed? No objection? No objection?
I believe Councilmember Hiltz stated objection.
Well, Councilmember Hiltz?
I did state objection, yes.
Okay, then I see that. I'm sorry, who?
Sorry, I was confused with the wording of it, but I think you can do both. So I see value with it, but I just think there's a way to do both. So,
are there any other objections other than two members? Seeing that a majority are in support.
Mayor, to change the council calendar, it will be a unanimous vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. I stand corrected. Very well. Then I guess it's not a motion, but the proposal fails. Okay. Let's see. Items from the policy committee. Item number 3A.
Item 3A is the ethics ordinance.
Mayor.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. I have staff here, but I just wanted to give an overview and present some information and have this discussion. I also included some possible amendments in here as well. So basically, the history of this is I had a ethics ordinance in the summer of 2019. There were some amendments for that that changed some of my original intent. So I wanted to have the opportunity to go back on and do basically, I guess as the attorneys call, surgical amendments to address some ethics. The main substantive issue was having 3 retired judges as part of the oversight entity for the ethics ordinance, which would have a fiscal note, a larger fiscal note than what I'm proposing now. I'll have Ms. Allen maybe talk about some of the estimates we found for having retired judges. So this would actually not have that price tag included with it. Basically went in to have it, very much in line with our state rules, which the state electorate voted for a number of years ago. So I feel like we're capturing that voter intent. Councilmember Mercano, when I presented it to the Pfizer committee, had what I really appreciated and liked as a good idea to see if the IEC, the Independent Ethics Commission that oversees the state, and actually I believe Weld County as well, if they could be the oversight entity in this case. Ms. Allen and I spoke to the Independent Ethics Commission in December. We met with staff in January, and then a couple of weeks ago, they met on their own, not wanting us in there, and they did not agree to being the oversight entity. The ask was to have their oversight on the elected body of the Aurora City Council and mayor. And they, of course, are in the state purview. And the one exception they make is, and Ms. Allen, I am going to have you confirm that it is Weld County.
Yes, it's Weld County.
Thank you. That the electorate in Weld County voted on a ballot measure to have all of the county, all of the employees and the elected to be under that system. I reached out to Deanna in our human resources, talked to our city manager, just to get their thoughts of how they would feel to be under that system. And they, as we are a city manager form of government, really feel like the system that they have in place works well for them, that it's staffing has different issues than elected, and they've been able to work with that successfully in that model. So given that, I just wanted to give the background of that. The IEC as an oversight mechanism was not an option. The other amendments that we made, like I said, we're just getting it in line with the state rules to make that consistent. Rachel, is there anything that I need to include based on our many conversations with the IEC?
Thank you, Councilmember Johnston. I think you've done a great job covering this. The only other couple of things I might address would be one of the requests of Councilmember Marcano to define financial interest to 5% per year of any investment that's at least $1,000. And that could be ownership in property, it could be a contract. And so that's a change in the definition section. There's also a change in the gift limit from $300 to $75. And then also designating the Board of Ethics as the authority to enforce, not just make a recommendation for any penalty.
I do want to give an opportunity to Councilmember Marcano. We included the proposed amendments. Like we said, we did incorporate that financial interest into it. Councilmember Marcano, I don't know if you feel comfortable to do that now or after some questions, whatever you feel comfortable with.
No, thank you, Councilmember Johnston, for tagging me in. I do appreciate your adopting a couple of the asks I made. I'll treat those, I guess, as like a friendly amendment then. Thank you. I did want to just bring up 2 points here. One regarding section 142.5E. That one, I think I had proposed just striking that. I think the idea being that leaving office should not really shield you from accountability for breaches committed while you were in office. And I didn't see that that got struck. So I was just curious if that was intentional or if that might have just been something that didn't get reconciled.
Yes, and I actually talked to staff even about the best practices for at least the staff and how far they go back. And Rachel, I may have you tag team with this, but did they say the best practice was a year? There was some term that they had suggested of going back. So, and I'm up for the discussion. There were several amendments that Councilmember Mercado proposed that I just felt like we should have a discussion today with council instead of me just adopting all of it. But I thought there was, I don't know if it was with the state or if it was some of the HR requirements of how far back that complaint goes. Rachel, do you remember that?
I don't recall specifically. That particular provision is in the packet on page 149 and 150. And so what it's talking about is when a complaint is in please, Councilmember Mercado, correct me if I'm not explaining this well or correctly. But it's basically allowing that when complaints are initially filed, if it's groundless or frivolous, it would be dismissed. But also 5E is the specific provision that Councilmember Mercado asked for, that if a complaint is filed and the elected official is no longer in office, then it would be moot. And so it wouldn't be brought forward. And I can't remember why or why not we did or didn't. We included it. We kept it in there. I can't remember why. I apologize.
And Councilmember Mercado, I'd like, just for organization's sake, if you feel okay with this, when you propose that, and you and I have a little, kind of remembering why or why not, if we could then ask council members for that feedback under that specific amendment.
Sure.
Okay. So just opening it up to council. Mayor, do you mind if I...
Sure. I think I do have a question on the 5% issue. When do you get to on that amendment? So it's it's real property. So in other words, anybody who owns a house, anybody that takes out an auto loan, I would think. Explain why you went with that amendment and what it does.
Well, this was one that I agreed to with Councilmember Mercado, so I'll just say why I agreed, but I'd like to, get the original authors. But I think when we have financial interest, it was not defined at all. So it was vague and open-ended. And by having that, yes, it may be, maybe a house or it may be something, but if it's something that we're voting on, that might be related to a house or one of these examples, we're showing that, we want to address those potential conflicts of interest. But Councilmember Mercado, you may have, I don't know if you want to expand upon.
So all homeowners have a conflict of interest? Or
no.
elected officials?
Well, it depends on what we're voting for and if it impacts us financially, was what I felt like the intent was.
Everything we vote on affects homeowners.
Okay, sorry, I was muted again. I apologize. Mayor, no, my understanding is that this would only apply if we are voting on something that is directly, in this case, it would have to be a home that we own that is directly involved in or, subject to some kind of item before council, basically. That's the intent of this entire ordinance, was basically to have us recuse ourselves if we have a vested interest in a question before us. And the language, if you were curious, actually came from a constituent of mine here in Ward 4, who is also an attorney and is very passionate about ethics issues. So,
well, you need more definition to this, because most things we vote on has an impact on the values of real property, on the values of homes that people own. Whether in terms of what we do in terms of law enforcement, what we do in terms of fire protection, everything has an impact. And so you have to have a much better definition of what that means. But this is way too broad. and it absolutely makes no sense.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
perhaps a friendly amendment to that definition section could be an exception for the home in which a person resides and a vehicle used for personal, like a personal vehicle, which I think is a similar type of exemption that often gets included in this type of definition.
Still, I think we're not in the amendment business here. I think we're in the discussion business. That's going to have to be done on any changes will have to be done on the floor.
Mayor.
Councilmember Johnston.
As a sponsor, actually, that's what I would like to hear, to see those changes. You know, we have under 3, we have the examples: ownership interest in a business. We have the employment. I think that Councilmember Coombs has a good suggestion. So if the concern was it's so broad with a home ownership or a car, to include that language, but I'd like to hear from Councilmember Marcano since that was his original.
No, that's perfect. Oh, sorry, that's perfectly acceptable to me. I think kind of what we're pulling for here, Councilmember Coombs, is kind of exempting personal property, if you will. Yeah.
And so I'll work on language with you all to make sure that captures that. Thank you.
Mayor?
Mayor, I'm sorry. Is it Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes, just so they're going to make, you're going to make changes not only on personal property, but on real property. Is that right?
I believe that was the friendly amendment.
No, okay. Well, we're not amendments yet.
Councilmember Coombs.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, can I just clarify, not any real property you own anywhere, but rather real property that is the home in which you live.
Well, I think what you're probably trying to get at is investment property versus the home that somebody lives in. I think often in ethics that's the distinction I think that's made. Further discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Okay, I've got really big concerns with this. When we debated this last year, you know, Charlie Richardson was on council, and who had been a city attorney for a long time, and we had long debates over the fact that how do we make sure this is fair? How do we make sure the council members are treated fairly? How do we make sure that constitutional concerns are taken care of? All of those are gone in this. The ability to bringing a suit against a private individual who leaves council. And again, there wasn't any discussion as to whether or not that private individual would receive lawyer support from the city like a sitting council member would. But I guess the biggest thing I have is that this is weaponizing the entire process. The ability for the council to choose, again, we're replacing 3 judges who are required to make a statement and as judges be impartial. We are now going to have the majority of council pick a lawyer, pick an accountant, and then pick someone who has ethics experience. I think we all have ethics experience. And council chooses those people. Those people now have the ability to sit in judgment of council members. And whereas before, this panel would make a recommendation to council and the elected officials would decide what to do next. In this case, this board that's appointed by the political majority of council has the ability to implement penalties on a council member or on a private citizen. And there's nothing in here about the constitutional protections. We are creating with this ordinance a new judicial system outside of the city's judicial system, but a new judicial system. It doesn't talk about the 4th Amendment, the 5th Amendment, the 14th Amendment. It doesn't talk about protections. It doesn't talk about appeal. It doesn't, you know, all of that is gone. So what this does is it lets the political majority pick 3 people, and it allows outside organizations to file as many suits as they want. This group, this political group that's appointed by council, these 3 non-elected members will now decide what is frivolous and what is not frivolous. And everything that they say, you know what, I think that's good, will be used in a suit against a council member or a past council member. And there's no protections. I mean, we all swore an oath to the Constitution, and there's no constitutional protections in here. I would recommend we would go to, go to our, we have a municipal court, go to our court and at least ask their opinion as to what do you think about this? Is the Constitution adequately covered in the requirements of this? Again, weaponizing taking away for those people that are listening, what we have right now is that if we violate something, three retired judges will make the decision as to whether it's true or not, and they would make a recommendation to council, and council would decide what to do. Frankly, we all work for the voters, and the voters ultimately have the decision. But in this case, this new plan, three people appointed by the majority of council have the ability to implement financial fines against council members, have the ability for a council member to be in litigation for their entire time that they sit here on one suit after another suit. This is ludicrous. This is not following the Constitution. And I really believe we need a constitutional review.
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
Okay, I think Councilmember Johnston actually chimed in first. I'll go
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
No, I just want to say, I mean, this was something that I really wanted the first time, but it was either that or no ethics ordinance at all. The Independent Ethics Commission, they're the community. I'm defining subject matter experts, professionals who have background, who can do this work. I don't want to be and have this council where it's like all of a sudden we're going to stop using community in, we use them with our civil service commissioners. We use that with many different mechanisms. If we find that someone's unprofessional and they are biased, they can be removed. So I always welcome, following the Constitution, and that doesn't stop at the door. But I really think it's important to have that community process as part of this.
Councilmember Johnson, why didn't you stay with the three-judge panel again? I'm sorry.
Well, one of it is the fiscal reality of it, and also some of the availability and the challenge of getting three retired judges at the same time to be able to review these issues. And to be quite honest, my original one before I had to negotiate had a board of ethics, and I had to take that out. So I'm hoping with a little time and some new council members that we can support putting that back in.
Further discussion.
Councilmember Marcano comment on this.
Councilmember Marcano.
Oh.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, and that's part of the concern and why we wanted to investigate, to ask rather if the IEC would be able to handle this. From what I read in the backup, basically, they were very intrigued by the concept, but decided not to because we do have some areas where we differ from the state's ethics code. But I do want to point out that the penalties contained within our code currently do mirror those of the states. So whether we do it this way or we do it through the state, the penalty is the same. You're basically, if you are a council member, you commit an ethical violation that benefits you monetarily, you are eligible for double the amount you gained through your unethical behavior paid back to the city. And then, of course, mirroring the state law, there's also a section as other penalties provided by law, which I don't think we actually have any. So we're really just looking at the fines in here.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But no, that's actually, go ahead, Councilmember Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
So again, what we're talking about is creating a new judicial organization that has the ability to create fines and apply them to council members. We don't have the constitutional protections. We don't have the right of appeal. We don't have any of the other things that are defined within the Constitution that would protect us. It's one thing again and again, when Councilmember Johnston talked about her previous ordinance, the reason that her previous ordinance had to be changed was because she didn't have the votes. And that's why we came up with a nonpartisan group of folks. This is entirely partisan. The three people, I mean, we've got, the people who usually talk to, or many people who talk to us at our council meetings are the Party of Socialism and Liberation. It's very possible that we would have three people, the majority could pick three people from the Party of Socialism and Liberation to make decisions on financial charges against conservative council members. And that's ridiculous. It should be fair. Someday we may have more conservatives on council than we do progressives and socialists. And at that point in time, it would go the other way. We should not make this a political issue. We should have unbiased people, professional judges, and not, again, a lawyer, an accountant, and someone with ethics experience. It's ludicrous.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so, I mean, I can appreciate some of the changes to the ethics ordinance that we previously voted in favor of. I also have a problem with changing it from the 3 judges to this panel or board for the reasons stated in terms of political appointees. But I want to point out that we've not made very good decisions as of evidenced by our appointee of Harold Johnson to the Civil Service Commission. So we maybe are not the best ones to make those kind of decisions. As far as the judges that I think there was a statement made of why we're not doing the 3 judges because of their availability and the fiscal impact. I mean, there's relief judges that work all over the metro area, that work for our court, that work for other municipal courts. I don't think it's going to be, well, hopefully we don't have, suits against ethical lawsuits against council members constantly. So I think it hopefully will be an occasional situation. And I would think that we would be able to get 3 judges. So same as Councilmember Gruber, I do have an issue with the appointees. Ethics expert is pretty, subjective as far as who fits that. I don't care if they have a degree or not. That doesn't mean that person is going to be the right person for this panel. So I would just hope we could maybe get Judge Day's opinion on, is it difficult to find judges? What is the cost? And does he perceive any conflicts with us going this route?
Mayor?
Councilmember Johnson.
I want to go back, and address these issues, but I'd like to ask City Attorney Rachel Allen about the state constitution allowing for this, if she could speak to that.
Sure. I'm happy to speak to the state constitution. So Article 29 talks about ethics in government, and Section 7 specifically allows for home rule municipalities to set forth their own system for receiving complaints, ethical complaints. And then the Independent Ethics Commission, this has been a couple of years ago, they set forth, I believe it was 9 different bases on which they would look at home rule municipalities to make sure that their process was aligned with Article 29 in the Constitution, in the state constitution. And one of those bases was they wanted a separate body to receive ethical complaints, to review complaints, to hear complaints. But one of the sticking points that the Independent Ethics Commission brought up is that they wanted that separate body to provide the discipline rather than having council discipline itself, if that makes sense. So that was really the idea behind that, was from Article 29 in the state constitution, as well as that guidance from the Independent Ethics Commission. And I can certainly make that available in the backup if this moves forward.
Rachel, Mike Hoffman, just a quick question, and that is, but even decisions by administrative law judges, the defendant has appellate rights. I just don't think, I can't think of anything where the defendant in a particular action doesn't have the right to appeal, and there's no right to appeal here.
Let me look into that. I have not specifically looked in depth as to whether or not a council member would be entitled to a 106 appeal, but that is a possibility. I'll need to look into that.
Yeah, well, I think that the part of the problem would be it would, you know, it'd have to be litigated, obviously. So somebody would have to have standing if this were to be implemented, to be able to challenge the decision. But just out of fairness, just out of basic fairness, somebody ought to have the right to be able to go to a county or a district court if they disagreed with the decision and be able to defend themselves in a court of law. Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes, I was just going to say I'm open. Like I said, a lot of the changes that I made and the spirit of this is whatever the state rules were and state the constitutional amendment on that, and I would think that there'd be an appeal system with that. So I'd be happy to get back to you. I do agree that appeals are part of an important process too. So we'll get back to you.
Mayor.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Lawson.
Yes, thank you. So I guess what I wanted to ask about the board makeup. Okay, if we choose those particular individuals to be the board makeup, is there any any thought about maybe having an independent observer to kind of look at this process and how these decisions are being made by these 4 individuals? I think it's important to have another set of eyes of someone who's not knowledgeable, maybe on the financial compliance, but being able to look at things from a holistic perspective. I just think that that's something to consider. I do have some issues with the appeals process. I think that there should be some type of section in there for appeals, especially as government leaders. If we're going to move, that can impact our careers, our lives. And if we don't agree with the decision, I think that we should have a right to be able to try to appeal the decision. That there may be some other information that may come out that we might win the appeal. So I think that that's kind of important. And then my other question to you, so anonymous type of complaints would not be accepted. The person would actually have to identify themselves if they have a complaint against a covered official. Is that correct?
Mayor?
Johnson.
Thank you. In my version, the name has to be provided. It is not anonymous. And the reason I had that, and I'd like to have Councilmember Marcano talk to his amendment with that, is just working on the campaign finance issues and talking to cities who originally, such as Boulder, had anonymous charges, I guess you could say, accusations, that it ends up having, some frivolous suits. There was a definite increase. I just feel that, people need to know who is accusing and being transparent for that. But Councilmember Marcano and I had a different opinion on that, but I wanted it not to be anonymous in this ordinance.
Mayor, can I just do a follow-up? What if there is intimidation, threats? So that might not, a person may not do that. You'd be surprised what goes on in the political spectrum. So what if so you might not get some people who maybe want to do the complaint. I'm not trying to say hide things, but there's a lot of political intimidation. There's a lot of threats that go on between people, and they may not want their information, maybe in the beginning at least, to be brought forth. So just was asking about that, but thank you for your response.
Thank you.
Further discussion. Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Johnston's comments and address your question as well, Councilmember Lawson. My concern was, frankly, what you expressed, that folks might get threats or might otherwise be in fear of retaliation. I do understand that we want to limit frivolous, complaints or eliminate frivolous complaints, frankly. And I think that that is hopefully something we can accomplish without requiring someone to effectively dox themselves as part of the complaint process.
Further discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
So I guess I don't need permission from the body, but I would like the follow up on Mayor Pro Tem Bergen's comment. I would like to have an opinion offered by our municipal judge in the backup packet if this comes to council. As I mentioned earlier, I'm worried about the constitutional protections. We aren't talking about, again, when we were talking today, if there is an issue, it goes to council and elected leaders make a decision as to what happens. In this case, we're giving a political body the ability to enforce fines on individuals, both council members and citizens. And I believe there are tremendous constitutional, maybe not state constitution, I'm talking about the United States Constitution. There are significant problems in that, specifically on the defense, on what's allowed to be said, seeing the person who's accusing you, and all of these other protections that are defined in the U.S. Constitution. So, like I said, I expect to see a decision or an opinion by our municipal judge if this comes back to council.
Mayor?
Further discussion. Councilmember Johnston.
I'm happy to reach out to Judge Day on the constitutional issues. In terms of his opinion on judges, as a judge who works with judges, he may have an opinion already on that, since that's his world. But I'm in terms of the constitutional issues, this isn't, I don't know if this is necessarily, things that they work on, but, if he wants to give feedback on ideas for appeals or municipal court, I will reach out to him and have something in the backup.
Mayor, I'll reach out to the judge and ask my questions to him as well. But as far as implying that the judge isn't responsible for applying the rules of the Constitution, I disagree with that. I think that's exactly what they do.
Mayor.
Councilmember Johnston.
I never said that a judge isn't going to have ideas about the Constitution. I was just saying in the municipal court, he's with the role that he does, they're not necessarily addressing ethics issues as other, maybe attorneys or subject matter experts are, but he's definitely obviously knows the Constitution and can give his opinion on that.
Okay. Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. I just want to state that I'm also interested in hearing about an appeals process, so I do look forward to that conversation. But I also want to clarify with regards to concerns about weaponizing or stacking this, group somehow. We actually had considered that, and that's why we removed counsel as being the ultimate arbiter of whether or not a punishment was justifiable, because that was directly weaponizing this process. I suspect that with a board set up as the ordinance describes, I think we're going to do a pretty good job of avoiding that kind of nonsense from happening. But I do appreciate the concern.
I just want to say, I think it's very poorly written. And it really needs to be in better form before it comes to council, instead of really having to be completely rewritten on the floor. Through amendments. Councilmember Gruber.
I think that we get into a circular argument to say that we are going to have 3 independent citizens stand in decision or make decisions about city council members, and they will be unbiased. When in fact, those 3 people will be chosen by the majority of council, and if they are going against the minority of council, by definition, that's biased. And then furthermore, to give them the power to enforce fines, It's incredible. It's exactly the definition of weaponizing. You take three people that are politically affiliated with one portion of the council and use those three people to enforce fines on the people, on a minority of the people in council. That's what weaponization means.
Further discussion. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. I just want to talk, and I might ask Rachel what page number it is, but the makeup of this ethics board, including a person with ethics experience. I think if you have some ethics experience, that at least what I'm looking for in as a council person appointing someone, that someone is fair and unbiased. But we're not taking people who don't have any of this background, professional expertise. So there comes a point where we just have to decide: do we have a type of government that involves the community on this, as many models, best practices of ethics codes have in terms of a jurisdiction over that, or not? And I really think it's important to have that community involvement with that background.
Mayor, may I respond?
Councilmember Gruber.
Okay, so what it said, a member of the board shall have expertise in ethics acquired through education or experience. On the Aurora Sentinel today, there is an article about a person that's applying to become a council member who has a felony. And the issue is whether or not that felony should prevent a person from becoming a city council member. By definition, a person who has been charged with a felony has extensive experience in ethics by going through the court process and things like that. This definition doesn't mean anything. We can certainly put a felon in here and say that felon has experience in ethics acquired through education or experience. That's my problem with it. That's why I think it's weaponizing this panel.
Mayor,
can I please?
Okay, Councilmember Johnson, then Councilmember Coombs.
No, please, Councilmember Coombs.
Councilmember Coombs.
I've been actually wanting to say this since it was brought up that education in ethics is apparently not a qualification with respect to ethics. It's deeply disrespectful to any professionals, be they lawyers, ethicists, accountants, to say that the work that they have done to acquire experience and training on an issue does not or in a field doesn't qualify them to then be an expert in that field. And we don't tend to say that kind of thing about, for example, lawyers, doctors, and others. So, having training in ethics is verifiable, accredited training in ethics. I would think maybe we could have a friendly amendment of something associated with government ethics specifically, because there are so many fields of ethics. But to claim that having experience with the legal system is the same thing as having experience with ethics is just faulty reasoning and shows a lack of understanding of the distinctions between different fields in which people might specialize. So I think we need to look at respecting professionals and their expertise.
Mayor?
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes, and I didn't imply that anybody that has a degree would not be qualified. What I'm saying is we have seen, instances across the nation where people are very credentialed, whether they be a doctor, a lawyer, someone with a psychology degree, on and on, that themselves have not conducted themselves ethically or have broken the law. So I'm just saying we don't seem to have a good track record. And so what I would propose is, if we're not going to use judges, which I don't understand why we can't, then if we're going to be allowing a political council to appoint these people, then I would suggest we do background checks on them and vet them thoroughly, social media accounts, all of it.
Further discussion, Councilmember Johnson.
Well, I just wanted to say, similar to Councilmember Coombs' issues, that if there is more specific language, government ethics, something that's more tailored to that background. I'm open to that. I do, we can always do our background check of checking social media and seeing who we want to appoint. For me, I don't want to eliminate someone who might have had some background in the criminal justice system and then got out and then went to law school and studied government ethics. And so I don't want to put in those barriers. I think we should still look at each person as a person, as long as they follow that background and intent of the language. But I'm open if there is, as Councilmember Coombs suggested, a friendly amendment to specify some of that. I'm open to that.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
So again, I wanted to clarify what this says. At least one member of the board shall have expertise in ethics acquired through blank or experience. So we're not talking about formal education degree or ethics degree. We're talking about some sort of undefined ethics experience. As far as the people who should be sitting in judgment of council, I still go back to the 3 judges. They can't be city judges. They can't be people that fall under the control of council. But as was stated earlier, there are judges that work throughout the metro area as relief judges, and those could be called in to do this. And by definition, they have a code of ethics as a judge that they would have to follow. And it would be very different than having, again, political appointees chosen by the majority of council.
Further discussion.
Mayor Berzins?
Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. I agree with what Councilmember Lawson said. We are dealing with people's lives here. We are dealing with the possibility of some frivolous accusations. And I think we need to think about that. It's not just, Councilmember Joe Blow, we're talking about the life, the career. So I think we need to be very careful and do this correctly. We used to say, the voters will decide. The voters will do a recall. If the crime reaches that proportion, that person needs to be recalled. I'm just concerned that we're going to get a lot of frivolous complaints. We're going to get, with the makeup of this council, and I'm not being mean, it's just a fact, there are a lot of hate groups that could do it. This council could flip this year. It could be a lot of other groups that do it. And that council person has to go through this procedure when it's frivolous. Now, I'm not saying all of them are frivolous. Some of them could be true. But to get to this point that we are now and not have thought of there's not an appeal system, my goodness, why wasn't this thought of? Appeals are a right. I agree that it needs to go to, some head judge, whether it's Judge Day or a judge in Denver or somebody to look at it. And Rachel had mentioned the state constitution, the U.S. Constitution. What are we dealing with here? We're dealing with people's lives. And if somebody wants to say, Marcia did $80 instead of $75, let's file a lawsuit against her. Let's file an ethics complaint against her. Really? Really? Are we really that petty that we're going to go through this? Yes, we need ethics. And yes, our community absolutely needs to know that who they voted for is a good person and will follow the rules. Unfortunately, I think we get swept into all the trash that's going on in Washington now on both sides of the aisle. and where people are coming down and thinking everybody is alike. You know, if you're a politician in Aurora, if you're a county commissioner, if you're a state legislature, you're all crooks. You know, I found that out walking, knocking on doors, and I'm sure the rest of you did too. We're not all crooks. We're not perfect either. You know, we all do the best we can. And I honestly, I think this is so long and so much hasn't been thought of yet that we need to get a legal opinion from a judge, a constitutional judge or somebody, and rewrite part of this and then bring it back and let's go at it again. But I do agree with the mayor. A lot of this is a little rough, and I really don't want to see it go forward until it's smooth and the kinks worked out, and we can all agree, because we all agree that we need ethics and we need our community to believe in us. But I see this now as it can just be pick at each other. This group says this group says this. I know other councils have had issues with this. They file complaints on each other. You know, I don't want that to happen. I don't want that to happen. Let's go back and get it done and get it done right. Solve the problems. Get an opinion, and then come back and let's talk about it instead of spending all this time picking at each other. And that's not the way to go.
Further discussion. Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Rachel, if I could ask, isn't the vast majority of what's before us here already in our code? That was the part that was passed last year, right? Including the lack of appeals process.
Yes, most of these are just slight changes, and we kind of walked through those changes at the beginning.
Mayor Gruber.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay, Councilmember McConnell, please continue.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I meant in 2019, not just last year. All right, and you know what? Go ahead, Councilmember Gruber.
Mayor,
Councilmember Gruber.
The point, I think that Councilmember Marcano made a good point, and that is that we do have an existing ethics ordinance right now. All of us fall under it. This isn't something that needs to be done right away because we're all under that ordinance. The fundamental difference between that ordinance and this ordinance is that the panel of judges would make a recommendation to council, and council would decide in a public meeting as to what to do from a whatever that sentencing would be. In this case, what we're talking is this appointed group of these political appointees would make a decision that would result in financial burdens on council members. That's not trivial. That's a huge difference, fundamental difference. And that's one of the main reasons I think that we need Judge Day to take a look at this.
The discussion. Councilmember Coombs and Councilmember Johnston.
I was just going to say, this isn't the panel is not the main difference. There are several major differences, which I'll leave it to Councilmember Johnston to opine on, since she was actively involved in making them and proposing them to begin with, and members of this body asked to have them out at that time when this was first proposed in 2019. And I don't think at that time in 2019 that anyone was expressing concern over the lack of an appeal process.
Councilmember Johnston.
Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Gruber, then Councilmember Johnston, please.
Okay, so again, that when we put this ethics ordinance in place, there was never a financial burden on there. So the right of appeal was not necessary. As a matter of fact, the only thing that council could do at that point was to censure a council member, take a council member off committee, or things like that. This is fundamentally different because it imposes a financial burden. If you have that, now you need the right of appeal.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. To be clear, I agree 100% that there should be an appeals process, and we will put that in here. Absolutely.
Okay. Councilmember Johnston, if I could ask you this, why don't you pull this, work on it, bring a version back, as opposed to asking the members to move it forward when there are so many changes being discussed right now?
Mayor, I agree that with the issues brought up, it would be unfair to bring it right to the floor without the council looking at those changes.
Well, then I think then you agree to pull it then.
So I don't want to use the word pull it. I'm going to address these issues. I'm going to have all the council members have an opportunity for feedback. I don't want to use the word pulling it. I do want to bring this forward. Absolutely, appeals process is important. But when we're talking, I find it interesting that we talk about the concern of politics with this, but the previous version had it go before council at the end, which just seems like the ultimate conflict of interest. So it's concerning to me that we bring that up as an argument. However, bringing something to council to vote on something with colleagues that have issues with, that is political as well. So I do, we based this on the rules that the majority of the previous council approved, put in basically the amendments to model after our state's constitution and the ethics that the voters wanted. The voters spoke and wanted that. So we modeled that, including our own type of independent ethics commission that is comprised of community members.
Okay, so if I understand you right, you are not requesting that I move forward at this time.
I never feel in that it's appropriate if there's so much of these concerns to do this just on the floor. But I don't want to say I'm pulling it. I'm going to come back. I'm going to address those issues, particularly the appeal, and then talk to council members and bring it forward.
Mayor
Pro Tem.
Yes, so I thought the last ordinance that we did vote on had the judges. You said that it was the council that was going to make those decisions. No, go ahead.
Councilmember Johnson.
And actually, if I could have just our city attorney so she can have that subject matter expertise, talk about the judge's recommendations going to council. Rachel, could you speak to that?
Sure. So that's a difference in the current code and this proposed amendment is changing from a panel of judges, right. And that panel of judges would recommend a penalty, and then council would ultimately decide on what that penalty is, whether it's censure, whether it's twice, whatever the financial amount at issue is. Right. And then the change that we're proposing here, Councilmember Johnston is proposing here, is changing that to a citizen board of ethics, and that board would also enforce the code of ethics, including whatever penalty comes from that. And that's because the Independent Ethics Commission, that's kind of having that truly independent board looking at ethics complaints, hearing them, and imposing whatever enforcement mechanism. Right. And so that's sort of where that idea came from.
Thank you. So, and I can understand why you wouldn't want council to impose the fines or the violations, but again, I still don't see the issue with having a panel of judges, and then the panel of judges, they do this every day in court, would assign whatever penalty. So I just wanted to make clear that it wasn't just the council doing all the ethics themselves. There was, in the last ethics ordinance that we voted on and I voted on, was a panel of judges. So the distinction is who gets to assign penalties. And I probably agree that it should be independent of the council, but I think it should be the judges, personally.
Okay, well, I think the sponsor has said that she will continue working with members on a new version and bring that new version forward at a later point in time. So I'd like to close out on 3A, since we're not going to be deciding whether or not to move it forward this evening, and go to item number 3. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure, Councilmember Marcano, since if there were any other amendments that you wanted us to discuss at this session.
Yes, thank you. I did want to continue the discussion around limitations, basically. Again, Councilmember Gruber mentioned it, thinking I guess it was already in, but it is not yet. This is still a point of discussion that I think we should have with regards to people leaving office, having committed ethical violations that enrich them, and then not being able to be held accountable simply because they are not in office anymore. I think that sets a dangerous precedent. It sends the wrong message that you can basically get away with it if you time it correctly. And that's not something that we should basically allow through a loophole, whether intentional or not. And then there was the another concern I had with regards to someone filing the ethics complaint, whether I guess maybe Rachel could speak to this a bit in the research she's done. If it has a chilling effect when one side is provided defense, but the other side does not, or counsel on the other side is not. Is that something that, in your experience, has intimidated people from pursuing ethics violations, or no?
Councilmember Marcano, it's a delicate balance, right? Because you want enough information for the accused to be able to defend themselves, to know what the complaint is about. And then you also want to protect whoever is filing the complaint from retaliation. And so if we haven't struck exactly the right balance here in this, I please, we're trying to, would be open to any additional language.
Rachel, if I can ask you one question on a related issue, and that is when we talk about having jurisdiction over a former member on I get it if it's a criminal matter, but I really question somebody who has left office, that on an ethics matter we would have jurisdiction to bring them back in.
So currently, the way that the Code of Ethics is drafted, Mr. Mayor, Section 142, subsection 5E, talks about the matter has become moot because the person who is the subject of the complaint is no longer an elected official. So currently, as soon as someone leaves office, they are no longer bound by these ethical rules.
Right, and I think, as I remember, I'm not sure at the state level. I know at the congressional level that members are no longer, former members are no longer subject to the jurisdiction of the Ethics Committee in the Congress.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
So I go a little bit further on that. I think we're going to need, and again, going back to the judge, because there's 2 points here. First, I'm a little bit insulted that to think, or to make the implication that because someone has announced that they're not going to run again, that they are going to run off and do it, make an ethical violation in order to take money. We only have 2 council members that have announced that they're not going to run, and I don't believe either one of them is going to do something unethical simply because they're not going to run. So I think I don't like that argument at all. The second point I want to make, though, is that what law is going to be used that says that council has the authority to take money away from a civilian or even a council member for that? What law is there? I could see garnishing wages from council, but and again, I would like to have the judge's opinion as opposed to our local attorney's opinion on that one.
Okay, further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I wasn't calling any individual person out. In fact, I hope this law is never actually utilized. I just find it very strange how personal that got. That's all I wanted to say.
Further discussion. Seeing none, there is, we're not considering it in terms of moving forward at this time. The sponsor is pledged to work with members and to bring it back at a latter date. Item number 3B, lobbyist registration ordinance.
Mayor.
Councilmember Lawson.
Hi, Mayor. I got Rachel on to help me out with this, but this was brought forth in 2019, the summer of 2019. It did not pass, so I wanted to bring it forth again. As you know, we're a growing city. We are getting lobbied on issues, development, on all kinds of, we have nonprofit groups lobbying us. And I think it's really important to have this in our transparency toolbox, that we're having people actually show on a reporting system that we are getting lobbied. It's not a perfect system like anything else, but I think in order, if we're trying to get government trust, we're trying to let our constituents know, how we're making our decisions. Even though most of us will say we're making our independent decisions, we're still getting information from people from the outside, and they're still providing us information that could influence our decision on an issue that comes before council. This particular ordinance will basically require individuals, and there's two provisions that we changed, and I just tweaked those basically in 2-951. What is a lobbyist? So what is lobbying? So essentially last year we had what excludes lobbying. This time we actually are focusing on not on who the individual is, but we're actually focusing on what are the activities that would lead to a disclosure. So that's one piece of it. Also, who is lobbying? The individuals who we would consider a lobbyist. I did tweak that 501(c)(3)s, although they are limited by the IRS definition to lobby, we still get lobbied by them, and 501(c)(4)s as well. So that in there is basically saying in that section about a lobbyist is essentially that, hey, you might want to understand that, some of you are underneath the IRS requirement. You might want to think about, you are lobbying us and you will need to be filing this disclosure, but you will have to be, careful on how, especially 501(c)(3)s, how that's related to the guidance that you are under with the IRS. This system would be about $1,000 to implement with our IT services. We would require to have a person to actually do some of the regulation piece on this. And we do have an FTE. This person wouldn't just be doing lobbying, they would be doing the campaign finance, our ethics, if this, the ethics goes through, and the lobbying disclosures and registration system as well. The reports would be quarterly. So if, the reports would be due July, they would be due in October, January, and I'm missing one other one. But they would be quarterly, the quarterly reports. If you look in the city of Denver, currently they have 147 organizations and individuals that are registered. They actually require a fee to register. And if you're late with your reports, they actually charge a fee for their reports being late. Some of those same individuals that are on that Denver report, if you go into looking their lobbyist registration, are some of the same individuals that lobby here at the city of Aurora. So I would really hope that we can have a discussion about this. When I brought this forth last year in 2019, I didn't get hardly any responses from any council members of why they would object to it. And I'm hoping to have the discussion today, especially for some of the council members that were on council in 2019, of why you object, or maybe why you still object, or maybe what we can do to better this or support this. Again, I think that, if we're trying to gain this transparency, we're always talking about transparency, we're all talking about public trust. This is one avenue that we can actually do this and have report and actually have people understand in our city how we're being influenced, who's even talking to us, even if you're not influenced by that individual, but just who is coming to us and talking to us about the decisions that come before us and providing information. So that's the basis of this. Rachel, I don't know if I have it. I know there might be specific questions, but I don't know if I have missed anything or anything like that.
Councilmember Lawson, I think you've provided a great overview, and I'm available if there's any specific questions that I can help with.
Discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and Councilmember Lawson, I think when it was brought up in 2019, I think I had a couple questions on who qualified as a lobbyist, and you talked about the 501(c)(3)s tonight. So I would, for example, Mile High Behavioral, would they be considered a lobbyist? That's one of my questions. And then I had asked in 2019 if you had gone out for outreach to various lobbyists, you know, representing both sides, all whatever, to get a pulse if they had any concerns about the ordinance.
Okay, Rachel, I don't know. I don't have my my little cheat sheet in front of me, but I think that Mile High Behavioral Health, they would have to actually, if they lobbied us, they would have to be required to file a report. So, and Councilmember Bergen, there was a couple lobbyists that did reach out to me. Of course, you know, being in this industry, lobbyists don't want to report. I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you. They don't want to do this. So for whatever reasons, but no, there's some lobbyists that reached out to me that said they had some concerns with the current draft that we had.
Okay.
So I have not, Councilmember Bergen went out with this draft. This draft hasn't changed too much, but just with those two provisions that I just suggested to you in speaking tonight.
Okay, and Mayor, just follow up, please.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so you haven't done outreach to the lobbyists. That you said a couple have given you some feedback, and I don't know if that would be beneficial or not. I just want to. It sounds good to me. I really don't have too much of an issue with your ordinance. My question was just from the lobbyist perspectives. Again, I wanted to define who it falls into that definition of a lobbyist, but then just wondering if they had any negative kind of or constructive input.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, I mean, it's going to be, I can try to get a sample, but it's going to be so difficult with so many people. We're talking about I mean, that's a large sample. For me to kind of weigh in, I'm just going to be honest. A lot of people who have to file disclosures, they probably don't want to do this, period, because they don't want to have to do a disclosure. But I mean, there could be, by the time, if this moves forward, I can probably get a kind of a sample. But I can't just tell you, and again, it might be question to me, who are you actually doing the outreach to? There may be something said, you're doing favoritism for one or the other, and I don't want that. So I would have to try to figure out, you know, what would be the proper way to do that. And again, I haven't thought about that, but that I would really have to, because I don't want to look upon like I'm choosing lobbyists that like this because I know them, or
that's a good point.
Well, Councilmember Lawson,
yes.
Quick question, and that is,
sure.
So let's say I'm a small business owner. I was for 17 years in Aurora, and I want to meet with my council member because I've got a concern about maybe an ordinance that's coming up, or I've got some regulatory concern that I want to talk to my council member about. And so do I have to register?
No.
Okay.
Mayor, you have to think about this is tied with money. Tied with monetary, with money, not an HOA, you know, it's not tied to, because a citizen has their First Amendment right to speak to their government official. So that has nothing, if you look in here, that has nothing, that's not applicable.
So if I paid somebody to represent me, that person who's not a business owner, but is being paid to contact council members, obviously that person would have to register, am I correct?
Yeah, that's kind of a subcontracting agreement. That's kind of a subcontracting kind of situation.
Okay.
Actually, yes.
Further discussion.
Mayor Dick Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Councilmember Lawson, I like the idea of registering, having a lobbyist register. I'm good with that. I'm concerned about some of the specific implementations of it and how that will work. For example, Visit Aurora. The Aurora Chamber of Commerce, the Aurora Economic Development Council, Aurora Mental Health, Comitis, all of these organizations come to us and ask for money. All of them are businesses, 501c3s, 501c4s, I'm concerned that they would each have to register. I'm also worried about the government affairs people that actually work for an organization. UC Health at Anschutz has got government affairs. The Medical Center of Aurora. We've got different companies have their own people. They're not lobbyists per se. They're employees of the company. But if they come and talk to us, I'm concerned, are they going to have to register as lobbyists, or are they going to be independent of that because they're not being paid to do it outside of the company because they're an employee of the company? So I'm worried about some of that. Tonight, we've got Colorado Legal Services that are going to come and talk to us. I think it's a 501c3. The person that's talking to us is specifically their lobbyist. So they're going to ask us for money tonight. Would they be required to have registered as a lobbyist before they come and talk to council tonight? So when I've talked to some of the companies, they're scratching their head to say, I don't know whether I need to register or not. Does Visit Aurora need to register as a lobbyist?
So Rachel, you want to help me out with this? Because with my cheat sheet here, I would say, oh, go ahead.
I think so much of it really hinges on what's the definition of lobbying, and that really kind of hinges on communication for the purpose of aiding in or influencing the covered official to favor or oppose, recommend or not recommend, vote for or against, or to take or refrain from taking action on an official action. And then that official action is also defined. It's in page 183 of your backup. And it really comes down to four things. So it's any kind of ordinance or resolution, any legislative matter, development application, contract with the city, or a permit or a license. And so I hate to give you the pat answer of, well, it depends. It really just depends on what they're talking to you for. If it's trying to influence, then is it on an official action?
Mayor, if I could respond.
Councilmember Gruber.
So Rachel, I guess my concern is that we could create an ordinance where people are violating the law and they don't know whether or not they're violating the law because it's not clear to them. If the people at the Gaylord come to me and say, you know, or any one of us to say, can you help us with Tri-County Health to open up? If I can go through many companies in the area that would come to me to say, hey, I'm trying to do this, or my idea is to do this. Would every one of those conversations from those companies, is this zoned properly? Is this, how do we make sure that the people who are talking to us clearly understand that they are lobbyists? Because the last thing we want to do is to have again, say Lennar is coming to talk to us about a development in Painted Prairie, and they're asking us about, you know, what do you think about, and this has not happened, but what do you think about, you know, this type zoning? What do you think about, you know, these building codes, and should the building codes be modified because we found a better way to do it and we can't implement that way because the technology that we're going to use wasn't created 5 years ago, but now it's there, it's better, it's cheaper, but it's not in your code. Is that a lobbying? Is that a lobbying meeting? And again, if Lennar does that, and they're working at Painted Prairie, is Painted Prairie now responsible for lobbying because Lennar is asking for that in their place? And again, Aurora Mental Health. UC Health. If they come over and say, you know, we're talking about the water pipes and we're talking about the massive replacement and that giant project we're doing for the drainage out there to replace the old drainage. If they come and talk and say, here's my concerns about the drainage and here's how it's going to cost, we have a different way to do it. If their government affairs person is talking to me, is that lobbying, or is that a company, you know, that you know, a constituent company in the city of Aurora talking to me about a concern that they have? Because if it is lobbying and I don't report it, and it's found out that, you know, if somebody asked me, did they talk to you? Yeah, sure. We had a long discussion about that pipe and how expensive that pipe is. Well, they didn't write down that they were a lobbyist, so now they're in violation. And now not only can you not approve that pipe because it was a legal request, but we're also going to fine or apply some sort of punitive measure to Aurora or to UC Health because of that. And then if I go to the government affairs person and you know, to say, by the way, I can't approve it. By the way, you're being sanctioned by city council for talking to me. How's that going to go over? So I guess, Councilmember Lawson, what I'm asking for is that I would like it to be very clear for us to be able to understand who a lobbyist is, but more importantly, for a person or company talking to us, understanding that they are a lobbyist.
Let me just say, if I could interject, Councilmember Lawson, and
Sure.
maybe to address that point, and that is, if you limit it to, say, individuals that are third parties, that, in other words, they're not employees of UC Health, or not, they're not the business leaders, that they are either independent contractors or third parties that are in a lobbying firm, that it'd be limited to, there'd be a lot more clarity if you limited to that. Because if you get into, if you expand it beyond that, we do, like Aurora Mental Health has an in-house lobbyist. And so I think that a clear, narrow definition would help. Councilmember Lawson.
Okay, Mayor, and I take your comments, and Councilmember Gruber as well. But all of those examples that you provided, Councilmember Gruber, are not lobbying. I mean, that's giving you information. But I know, and Mayor, and I know you've been in Congress and you know what lobbying is about. When I've been approached, will you support? I've actually, I mean, people, that is lobbying. Like, that's when someone's saying, would you consider? Would you think about? I mean, it's those examples just kind of giving you, Mayor, can I just speak just from my take on it? Exactly. You've had a different experience, but I'm just saying there's those particular examples that you provided, that's just giving you information. Yeah, lobbyists give information because they are experts in their field to provide us information. And I understand about the clarity. I can kind of look and see. Rachel, I don't know how much more we can go into being clear, but I'll let you speak upon that. But there's certain language that you know that you're being lobbied.
Mm. No.
And that's just my personal opinion. And I think we've all had that.
No, Councilmember Lawson, let me tell you.
Can I have Rachel speak, Mayor, before you speak, please?
Okay, Rachel, please.
Thank you, members of council. I think that likely in those scenarios that Councilmember Gruber presented, the initial conversations would not require registration. But once those conversations pivoted to an official action, so drafting an ordinance, a specific development application, specific contract, or a specific permit or license, and asking for specific action on those, that's the point at which registration would be required.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I have a question on that. And because we meet with business people, developers that do just provide information, like, can we meet? And I'd like to tell you about my development that I'm proposing. And then we get, this is what it looks like. Here's the site plan. And they leave without asking for anything. They're just presenting that information. Do they register as a lobbyist?
I think it depends on where in the process they are. If there's a pending development application and they're asking for a recommendation for or against or an approval, then potentially they would need to register. If it truly is informational only, then it's not lobbying and it doesn't require registration.
Okay, so are we clear on if it's not asking for something, approval, I guess, in our process, then anything before that is just informational? Okay.
Yes, that's how the ordinance was intended to be drafted.
Rachel, I think if we, at the state level, that if you're, say, a business owner and you ask somebody to vote against a bill, or you ask for something to take action on something, you're not counted as a lobbyist. So this is really new territory, and it's really going to be difficult to define, to say, okay, I want to talk to you about my, well, of course, when somebody talks to somebody about the development, I mean, if they're the business owner, I get the third party person, the person who is a lobbyist, and, by all definition, I get that, but boy, this really expands into pretty fuzzy territory.
Mayor, can I just speak at the state level? The state level is tied to monetary. People are getting paid to do the lobbying. So that's what's in this one. And then when you're talking about like a business owner or you're talking about AARP, they could be considered a volunteer lobbyist. So you have to understand that the state level, that's tied to monetary, people getting paid to influence.
Okay.
So I just want to put that on the record there.
So then it's not the business owner that comes to that wants that's trying to get a license or something like that. That's doing it him or herself. It's if somebody's doing it on their behalf and they're getting paid for it. Am I correct on that?
Mayor, are you talking about at the state level?
No, I'm talking about in your proposal.
I don't think that that's what that's saying, but Rachel, can you help me with the guidance on that?
Sure. The specific definition for lobbyist is in the backup. It's in section 2-952, subsection 5, and that's on page 182 of the backup. And it outlines there who is and isn't included in terms of their actions on an official action before council.
And then Councilmember Johnston.
So I guess what I'm hearing, and frankly, Councilmember Lawson, what you're saying, I agree with 100%. I think that in the city of Aurora, there are probably less than 20 lobbyists that I know of, probably less than 10. You know, people that I know when they talk to me, they're being employed to talk to me, and you know, they're carrying a message for somebody else. And I have no problem with them registering. I have no problem with them identifying themselves and putting them on the registry. Going back to the larger discussion, though, is to visit Aurora and 501c3s, specifically 501c3s. 501c4s are, you know, maybe a little bit different, but 501c3s, I don't consider when Visit Aurora talks to me about an issue with the restaurants that's lobbying, or the Chamber of Commerce talks to me about concerns of part of their membership. I don't consider that lobbying. And yet within the ordinance, I think that they would have to register. And I think that, and again, so you know, you would have Visit Aurora list all of the hotels in the city of Aurora. Well, they have more than just Aurora, but all of the hotels that are members. Chamber of Commerce list all of the members that they have. AEDC list all of the members that they have. But I don't think that's your intent, from which what I'm hearing you say versus what I'm reading are two different things. I think your intent is to identify those less than 20 people that do this as a profession.
Well, Councilmember Gruber, as Rachel said, it has to be within, it depends. Like those examples that you provided, a list of hotels, that is not lobbying. I think the definition is pretty clear, but it obviously, I don't know how much more clearer I can make it. I guess I could look at it more, but I just don't know. To me, it's pretty clear. Those examples that you provided, they would not have to register. So,
Mayor. Oh, sorry, Councilman.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Johnston.
I'm sorry, I thought you paused, so please finish. Sorry about that.
Councilmember Lawson.
Go ahead, Councilmember Johnston.
Okay, thank you. I don't know why this is, I mean, I understand this is new territory for us, but Councilmember Lawson, besides, you know, professionally being a subject matter expert on this with the state, looked also at Denver, which has this. And a lot of the examples that we've had, they lobby in Denver, and they have to do this in Denver. So in terms of like, oh, can you make it more clear? Literally, it's the IRS definition that Councilmember Lawson put in. Yes, you know, maybe we need some education, which just like with campaign finance, maybe we, you know, have some education to folks who are interacting with us to make it clear. But I would not support any changes because we're following IRS regulations. In terms of some of the examples, I support the C3s being part of that because if they're meeting the definition of lobbying, then they need to do that. You know, we talked about Visit Aurora, which I know, you know, they're not a registered lobbyist right now, but if they would advocate on, you know, the lodger's tax, which they benefit from, and we would take some voting action on it, absolutely they should be counted on that. So I think as long as we just go back to Council Members Lawson's ordinance and read what the IRS definition has, provide some education to those who might be unsure, that it's good as is.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So I just want to be clear that something like, for example, putting together a petition that community members sign or putting together an email that community members could send is not covered under the, because it says lobbying excludes communications who are not otherwise registered and who limit their activities to appearances for the purpose of giving testimony or providing information. So it doesn't cover that issue of organizing community members to provide testimony or to contact council by email. So is the intent to include those activities as lobbying, community organizing activities?
I would say no, according to my read on it. Rachel, your legal interpretation? Because I'm not an attorney.
Rachel, if they're be getting paid though to do that.
Right. So again, I think it all really hinges on those definitions 4, 5, and 6: lobbying, lobbyist, and official action. And so, as Councilmember Coombs said, lobbying excludes those communications for giving testimony.
Mm-hmm.
And then to the mayor's point, likely they're not there. Sort of in an employed capacity, right? They're not self-employed, or they're not employed or otherwise.
Well, they could be a registered lobbyist for other purposes, or let's just say that they're firm. That's what they do, but they're instead of they're expending funds on behalf of their client. They're getting paid for it. But they're doing essentially what was described as activity by Councilmember Coombs.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think that's a great point. They really have to meet all parts of that definition 5 for lobbyist, which is for the purpose of engaging in lobbying. Their scope of work is lobbying, and again, they're sort of employed, or their scope of employment includes that.
Further discussion?
Berzins.
Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. I have about 3 questions, so if you'll allow me to do them all
Please.
at once. Thank you. We've all seen people on Facebook, and one of them is in a leadership position saying, you know, calling 1 or 2 or 3 of us out by name saying they better vote this way, they better vote to do so and so and so and so. You know, is that lobbying or is that bullying? Or, you know, if those people are calling us out and saying how we better vote on issues, you know, do they need to register? They're not only lobbying, they're bullying.
Councilmember Bergen, are you saying that they're with an organization or
you could say they were with a party, a group. Yes.
I think for me, and Rachel, I mean, I might need your help. I just think that we're getting into all of these examples that are really what this is supposed to capture. Those type of issues are not addressed in here because that's not what this is trying to capture.
Okay. Could I just say, getting back to what Rachel kept saying is that depends on the conversation. It depends on depends, and we all understand that. But who makes the final call? Do we make the final call? I feel like I've been lobbied, like you said, Councilmember Lawson, but do we make that final call if somebody just says, here are the facts, here's the blueprint, I just want you to have the facts, have the information, then we're not being lobbied. So we shouldn't do anything about it.
Well, this is my hope, that I'm hoping that if this passed, that people who are doing these activities will register and report the activity. However, I think it's the due diligence of this council members to say, hey, are you registered? Or something, if they feel like they are being, to me, if you're being lobbied. I mean, there's very particular simple language to me that knows that they've been, to see if someone needs to be registered or not. So, I mean, to the due diligence of, I'm hoping that the law will be followed, of course. And of course, this will be training and actually doing outreach and doing FAQs and getting out and doing training stuff. I mean, those this is the ordinance. But after that, you have to provide information beyond that to help assist people to understand when the registration requirement is started, implemented, et cetera. I mean, that's part of this process. So, but I think there's some due diligence upon council members as well to say, hey, are you lobbying? Are you
Can I ask you, is there a fee to register? No. Okay.
Denver charges a fee. Denver charges $50 for individuals and $75 for organizations.
Okay, and that's not a lot. But my last question is on, let's see, section 2954-3B. And let me just tell you, it's on our backup, it's on page 5. At the top of the page, B. The name and total gross income for lobbying received from each client or other whom the lobbyist lobbied during the previous quarter. Why is that our business and what income they get for lobbying?
It's not how that is viewed as what is the amount of money that they are getting from their income that they're lobbying us as elected leaders, political officials. So that is our business. I mean, that's a part of the disclosure. I mean, if they're lobbying us, they're getting paid to do so. This is what this is about. They're getting paid to do so. So they should report how much of that income or whatever that they're receiving to lobby us on an issue or matter. And that's where the true disclosure really comes out to me. Rachel, I'm sorry.
No, is that just standard, or is this IRS, or is this what Denver does, or?
Denver does it, state does it, and there's some provisions at the federal level. Mayor Kaufman, you might know more about that.
In terms of the federal level, I'm sorry.
No, in terms of them lobbyists, and I'm sure that they have to report any amount that they're on a disclosure that they're getting paid to lobby a covered official.
I can't remember that. I do know they have to report. I think you're right in that, but there are reporting requirements for federal lobbyists, but they do not extend to individuals who are lobbying or contacting members of Congress as to their own interest, and it is only those that are representing somebody else that are required to report. Further questions, concerns, discussion? Councilmember Coombs.
So I just wanted to mention briefly just the fiscal impact and the discussion of lobbying and campaign finance falling under the existing vacant deputy clerk position. And I just want to register some concern about that. I think there was already a need for a deputy clerk, and that was expressed that the clerk's office was somewhat understaffed. prior to campaign finance getting passed and prior to this. So I just would have a concern that maybe we should not rely on the current vacant deputy clerk position, but also add another one given the massive amount of additional stuff that we're expecting. That is not, for me, a reason not to support it. I think that lobbying registration is important, campaign finance requirements are important, and I just don't want to be overburdening the staff by taking a staff member whose position was created due to existing burdens and just adding really big stuff on top of that rule. So I would like to suggest that we look at having an additional staff member rather than relying on that vacant position.
And Councilmember Coombs, that's a good point. I was just kind of going on the recommendation that was given to me and Councilmember Johnston from Roberto, but I agree that this is a lot of work because they're going to have to do the implementation, look at the systems, check the reports. And so it probably will require at least another half FTE, if not, one full deputy city clerk and maybe a half FTE or something to do this job. I mean, I just don't, I agree with you on that. So that is something that I would have to get another, I see Jason's on the line, but I don't know what the other fiscal, we might have to provide another fiscal note on this.
Councilmember Lawson, I'm on the line. Can you hear me? Okay. I can
hear you.
So just to be clear, there is no deputy city clerk position currently. It does not exist. We are creating a reclassified position from Barb Dahl, from those of you who recall Barb Dahl being in the office as she departed from the city. So the idea would be to reclassify that position to a higher grade position, a deputy city clerk. That was not a position, it was a different management analyst position prior to. The idea being that the deputy clerk would have a broader skill set, more ability to handle issues like campaign finance and the lobbyist ordinance or any other issues that are coming on with the council. We fully agree that there are, with an amount of items that are being put forward for the council, for the clerk's office to handle, that we would need to have the appropriate staffing. We saw this as an initial step to be able to understand the issues because campaign finance has just been put underway. We have a new clerk, Katie, who can also speak to this, Rodriguez, but also just as an incremental step before we stepped up with two more other folks who wanted to at least get a first position, which was the deputy clerk, with somebody who had a higher skill set with more experience, who may be able to handle these items and had more experience with these items first. And then we would probably be back to the council in the 2022 budget, or either a supplemental if we needed it, if this ordinance were to be enacted in a supplemental in probably the fall or the summer supplemental to address any staffing needs. But we wanted to take the incremental step of first doing the reclassification to a deputy, which currently does not exist.
Further discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Brewer.
So I wanted to go through some more examples because your examples are really where the rubber meets the road as to how are we going to implement this. We spoke earlier about Visit Aurora being a lobbyist organization and Visit Aurora's membership as being the client. And we specifically addressed the issue with the lodger's tax and the increase in the lodger's tax. So under the law, the lobbyist would have to register. That would be, the CEO of the Visit Aurora, the name, business, so on, who reimburses, retains, or contracts with the lobbyist to lobby on any official action. So that would be every hotel member of the organization, on whose behalf of the lobbyist lobbies on the official action. Again, every hotel in the city. By whom is the lobbyist paid and be paid for by such lobbying? It would be every hotel in the city. And the matters and official. What I'm saying is that there's a lot of information for the Visit Aurora to do their job. We're going to talk later about the extending the delay in the meal service charge that delivery companies pay. So, you know, I guess that would be the Colorado Restaurant Association would be behind that. And every restaurant in Aurora would be the companies that are being supported by their request for us to consider it. Like I said earlier, we've got Colorado Legal Services briefing us tonight, and that becomes interesting because Colorado Legal Service is going to be asking for $25,000 for us to support every tenant who goes to court in the city of Aurora, and they're lobbying on their behalf. So, you know, again, under the rules, it would be they would have to identify every client that they have in Aurora who will need support by the Colorado Legal Services. My point, I'm just trying to show that, again, I agree with the concept of what we're talking about, but it becomes very, very burdensome. And I want to try to think through those burdens. I've said that before, and I've made my point. So thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, is there, so let me, I'm just going to go through the roll here. So the question is whether or not to move item number 3B forward. Councilmember Lawson.
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz. Councilmember Hiltz.
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber. Councilmember Gruber.
No, not in this form.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins.
Yes.
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 Very well. Item number 3B will then move forward. Item number 3C, Aurora Flexible Housing Fund Program.
Mayor, I was also a yes.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I went down until I got 6 votes.
Okay, gotcha.
I mean, until I got 6 individuals in support. We by the advice of the city attorney, we do not take votes. I just have to get a sense of the council as to whether or not to move something forward. With that, I'm going to take, the time is now 8:28. We will stand in recess for 5 minutes and we'll reconvene at 8:33.
Hold tight, I'll be here with you all night. My mind, I'm getting lost in your eyes. I'm broken when you're not around. Unspoken words I'm screaming out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Now, can you hear me now? 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 Hold tight, I'll be here with you all night. getting lost in your eyes. I'm broken when you're not around. Unspoken words I'm screaming out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Council is now in session. Item number 3C, Rural Flexible Housing Fund Program. Lana Dalton.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, folks. I am here presenting on the Flexible Housing Fund. I'll go ahead and share my screen if that's okay. Katie, can you give me the shareability, please?
Yes. 1 second. How do I give her the ability to share her screen? Not change role.
No.
Sign privileges?
You just go over this and then it gives you the option.
Okay. Oh, it should.
It always gives you the option. If you click on it, like. There we go.
No, not to Lisa Horton. Oh my God.
You can take it back, but you can give it to someone else.
How do I do it?
Who do you want to give it to?
Lana Dalton.
Okay, click on her, click on that. And then right there.
Well, not allowing me to change my screen. Oh well. We'll just go ahead and move forward with this. So as the mayor said, my name is Lana Dalton. I am the homelessness programs manager for the city. We're going to talk about the Flexible Housing Fund this evening. The purpose of the fund is to remove financial barriers that households face to maintain or secure permanent housing in a high cost, low vacancy rental market. So this is specifically for folks that don't necessarily fit the federal funding guidelines or definitions of homelessness, but are still at risk of being homeless or are currently experiencing homelessness. This helps us with the city's overall goal of engaging in homelessness prevention, as well as making homelessness brief, rare, and non-reoccurring. Some of the history behind this is that in the summer of 2017, council approved the additional 2% special sales tax on recreational marijuana sales. And this tax was approved to fund the homelessness program ongoing. As far as the Aurora Flexible Housing Fund, also formerly known as HAP or House Aurora Partnership, there was an internal audit that was conducted on the House Aurora Partnership in 2019. In 20 and 2021, as a result of that audit, there were several things that occurred. One of those things was new policies and procedures have been put into place, new application and application process. All payments will be driven through the city rather than through providers in the community. There's a new documentation process in place as well. This was very much modeled after a well-established flexible funding program through MDHI or the Metro Denver Homeless Initiative. The funding is specifically the 2% recreational marijuana tax revenue. So this is not a separate fund. This is a program that's brought through the 2% recreational marijuana tax revenue fund. The proposed allocation for this specific program is $575,000. And the hope is that this will serve a minimum of 12 people per month. And the reason I put the minimums rather than the maximums is the maximum expenditure is $4,000 per person per year. So if you divide that out per month, that's approximately 12 people or a minimum of 12 people, but the hope is to serve many more. The funding can be utilized for anything from application fees, security deposits, pet deposits, relocation, one-time move-in costs. If folks have rental arrears, those would also qualify. Motel hotel stays would also qualify while waiting for the applicant's permanent housing unit to become available. One of the things that was brought back from the audit was pet deposits or one-time pet fees that are covered through this specific program. Many times the pets weren't registered with the city of Aurora, and so this would also cover that pet registration fee. Eligibility requirements, there are 3 different things. Either literal homelessness, so someone that's residing in an emergency shelter, transitional housing, a safe haven, or a place not meant for human habitation, such as like a camper or vehicle, RV, or they're at risk of becoming homeless. So an individual or family currently renting in the city of Aurora that are at imminent risk of homelessness unless they receive a financial assistance to stay in their home. They also have to show that they can sustain housing past the time that they receive this funding, and they cannot be over 80% AMI. So how does somebody access the funding? We are working with our community partners, and all of those community partners that we currently have agreements with in the community would be and have attended this specific training are eligible to sit with a client and have them fill out the application. And that application then comes to the city of Aurora to decide whether or not it's approved or denied based upon the criteria I just previously explained. Application approval process, everything will be approved through the homelessness programs department. Priority will be given to first-time applicants. However, people can apply more than once as long as the eligibility criteria are met, but they cannot exceed that $4,000. It's a requirement for eligible candidates to be able to maintain their housing once again, and that documentation does need to be provided for us to process their application in the city. All funding will be distributed through the city of Aurora's and issued by the city of Aurora. There will be no longer, partners will no longer be able to issue the funding. The data and outcome measures. So some of the things also that came back from the internal audit was, well, how do we know if this program is effective? So some of the different outcome measures that we're looking at are number of households assisted, number of individuals assisted, what types of what types of assistance are being utilized, what percentage of participants are able to maintain their housing after 12 months, and what percentage of participants that received relocation assistance remain out of the city of Aurora and housed in whatever community that they relocated to. So the question tonight is, does council support moving this forward? And it would be a $575,000 allocation of marijuana funds for this specific program to assist those that are at risk of becoming homeless or are currently experiencing homelessness.
Discussion, questions?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, I didn't have my video on. I'm good with this. I just have one question on the eligibility requirement. And on literal homelessness, that definition, the last sentence has doubling up with a housed individual or family also qualify. So if you're living with a family or a friend in a house, you still qualify for the homelessness?
Yeah, yes. So if they are an individual that has been displaced due to eviction or something of that nature, and they are doubling up in someone else's home, but it's not a permanent solution to the issue that they're facing, they would qualify for this funding.
Okay, and I get that. I guess if it's like temporary, so they were caught in a situation and then they're having to live with someone temporarily, then you would be able to provide assistance. But this is not for someone who lives with a family. I mean, if you're 21 years old and you go back home and live with your mom and dad, you wouldn't qualify, would you? I mean, your mom and dad would help, hopefully would help you. I would hope.
That would be the hope. But if someone is, if their situation is such that if they didn't leave their household and they would become homeless, that would definitely be a time that we would want to institute this funding.
Okay, I guess I just had trouble with the housed with a family, because I think there should just be a parameter around that. Maybe you already have that as part of your eligibility anyway, of how you would define that. Because again, you know, there's probably a lot of people right now that unfortunately due to COVID don't have employment, but they maybe just graduated college and they're living at home with the parents. But that person would not be the type of person, right, that would qualify for this.
Correct. So we would really be looking at that, the AMI, as well as being able to sustain housing post receiving the funding, as well as ensuring that their situation was such that if they were to leave, they would end up in a situation where they would be having to utilize the homelessness service system.
Thank you so much.
Further questions, discussion?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I support this as well. The only issue I have is in the financial obligation definition in the ordinance itself, and that's section 1. City Council approves making a funding grant of $575,000 to the Aurora Flexible Housing Fund Program for the year 2021. I would prefer if we could add that it will come out of the marijuana fund, so that we specifically identify which of the many city funds the funds will be drawn from.
And I would defer to Tim Joyce on that. I don't see that to be an issue.
Mr. Joyce?
I think we can do that with the amendment.
Thank you.
Okay. Does that, Mr. Joyce, does that have to be done on that has to be done on the floor then, right?
If we're making an amendment to an ordinance, yes, it has to be an amendment on the floor.
Okay.
Mayor, if I could, since this is still draft, and if we discuss it tonight and we make it tonight, and the amended language shows up on the floor, wouldn't it suffice?
Mr. Joyce.
That one I'm not sure.
I think be on the safe side. I think let's just do it on the floor, because
Mayor?
I think otherwise it needs to go through the whole process again.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
This is a resolution, right? Not an ordinance?
That is correct.
So I thought you could make the change, but just
well, we can't. You still amend resolutions. I don't think the amendment process between a resolution and ordinance is different, but let me defer to the city attorney.
And we'll bring it to you as amended tonight.
Okay,
so you can't vote on it tonight, but we'll put the amendment in.
Okay, very well. Is there any objection to the amendment? Seeing none. Okay. Further discussion. Seeing none, is there any objection to moving item number 3E forward? Seeing none, item number 3E will move forward.
Mayor?
I'm sorry, that's item number 3C. Item number 3D, menstrual care products, sales tax exemption. Mr. Vaughn?
Yes, this item was requested to be brought forward by Council Members Gardner and Council Members Hiltz. It's pretty straightforward. It's just a sales tax exemption for menstrual care products. Annual impact would be a $230,000 reduction in revenue from this exemption. Denver has implemented this exemption. No other jurisdiction in the state has at this point. Some jurisdictions outside the state have implemented it, other states and cities. The definition after comments from the Management and Finance Committee and the Business Advisory Board has been changed to be menstrual care products and is the same definition that is used by the streamlined sales tax. That's kind of more common nationally, and it's very much in line with the IRS definition. So with that, it's fairly straightforward.
Discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. Yeah, this one's pretty straightforward. I just wanted to provide a little background. Period poverty is very real, and it's not something that we talk about as much in the United States. But since the COVID pandemic has hit, it's been exacerbated. And so I just wanted to throw out a couple of fast facts coming from a couple different polls that have been done by different menstrual care product companies. And since COVID, 1 in 3 parents are worried about their ongoing ability to afford period products. And 1 in 5 teens have struggled to afford products or were not able to purchase them. And 61% are using them for longer than they should, which puts them at risk of infection and TSS. And it's not covered under WIC, SNAP, or Medicaid. And so I think there's a real need here. And so happy to answer questions, but I think, again, this is pretty straightforward, but I will leave my co-sponsor, Councilmember Gardner, to weigh in as well.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you. Just wanted to mention a couple of other pieces of information, and it is in the backup, but just want to reemphasize. The first is last year, the IRS expanded the definition of qualified medical expenses to include menstrual care products. So really this is, in addition to the reasons Councilmember Hiltz covered, bringing us in line with, the IRS considering these medical products. And then also we did present this to the Business Advisory Board, and they don't have a retailer on the Business Advisory Board. However, they did reach out to the Retail Association, and there wasn't a lot of concern that reprogramming POS systems would incur costs because, again, these already have tax advantages, products already have tax advantages under the IRS, and so POS systems are already designed to separate these products out. Again, I think it's pretty straightforward, and we kind of were able to get buy-in from quite a few stakeholders. So looking forward to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So, Councilmember Gardner, you said that these products are included in the I forget the name of the acronym, but for the welfare programs.
No, for flex spending accounts. So they're under IRS rules. They're qualified medical expenses. So you can use your health savings account, your flex spending account, those types of accounts, and so they're considered qualified medical expenses.
Okay. Well, then I guess my question might be back to Councilmember Hiltz. Have you checked with state legislators on the other issue, or maybe with the county commissioners on if if this could be, if these products could be included, you know, just like you would if you're buying food products for.
Those are federal programs, the ones
Federal,
that I
okay.
was referring to. So no, I did not.
But there is.
I mean, I would love to see this go statewide. Don't get me wrong.
There is no state sales tax exemption. Am I correct in that?
That is correct.
That's correct.
Very well. Further discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I wasn't speaking about the sales tax exemption. I was just speaking about these products being part of. If someone had, what's the program called when you
WIC SNAP? I was answering your question with.
Right.
I was answering your question with my comments, and then I think it switched over to the sales tax exemption.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
So my answer to you still stands.
Okay, thanks.
Further discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
When we talked about, I support this, but when we talked about this, we were talking about the point of sale systems and the fact that the large stores, the Safeways, King Super, Walmart, already have their computer system set up to identify these products. So it'll be relatively straightforward for them to eliminate the sales tax. The concern that we raised at the Management and Finance Committee was some of the smaller stores. We talked about the mom and pop stores and the stores that aren't related to a chain might take a little more time in order to get the UPC code that's on the back of each of the products loaded into their system so that they would understand that taxes aren't going to be applied. So my question, Trevor, is for you, and just to repeat what you said at MNF, is that the city will be providing some flexibility for these smaller companies to make the change. Could you explain that?
Yeah, and I imagine this will be probably an ongoing challenge, as it usually is with exemptions for particularly those that are in general merchandise or grocery store retailing. I think a number of the small retailers might just have these, in their systems as general merchandise or just key them in at the register. So we're going to be sending out notifications to to our retailers through our tax system to try to get them up to speed on this being out there. And really there's not necessarily a penalty to anybody that would mistakenly continue to collect tax on these items. Just the problem is it doesn't really have the effect that you want with the exemption if they continue to collect tax, but they just need to turn that tax over to the city if they do mistakenly collect tax. And if it's pointed out to us, if somebody sees them collecting tax or we discover it on an audit, when we do an audit with the business, we'll make sure to educate them to let them know to discontinue collecting tax on them.
Thank you, Trevor.
Further discussion.
Persons?
Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. I just want to make it clear that does this or does it not include the grooming and hygiene products listed here?
It does not.
It does not. Okay. So really, I mean, I support this too, but really we're talking like $1 a month, $1.50 a month, something like that. So yeah, sure. I support it. Thank you. Thanks, Trevor.
Further discussion. Seeing none, is there any objection to moving item number 3D forward? Seeing none, item number 3D will move forward. Item number 3E, Westminster Water Delivery Agreement. Don Jewell, I'm sorry.
Yes, good evening, Mayor. This is, for the record, Alexandra Davis, Deputy Director for Water Resources. Okay. Dawn is unfortunately sick tonight, and so I'm sitting in for her. She apologizes for not being able to be here, but will hopefully be feeling much better soon. The agreement presented here is a simple, straightforward agreement. As many of you know, when a water rate is changed from agricultural use to municipal use, the entity changing that water rate must maintain historic return flows in time, place, and amount. Aurora and Westminster both have return flow obligations on Little Dry Creek. Aurora has water available to meet those obligations and is in the process of building the necessary infrastructure to be able to measure and account for the return flows as they are returned to the stream. Westminster does not have the necessary water supplies on Little Dry Creek. Westminster does have water supplies on Big Dry Creek and the South Platte that can be used by Aurora to meet its return flow needs. Pursuant to this agreement, Aurora and Westminster will exchange up to 70 acre-feet of water annually. which will help Westminster be able to meet its obligations and Aurora meet ours. Another term and condition that is applied in a change of water rights case is that the applicant for the change is usually required to demonstrate that the irrigation water originally used on the land is no longer being used for irrigation on that land. Generally, this term is met by drying up the land and providing proof of dry up to the state. Dry up does not mean that nothing will be grown on the land. It means just that nothing will be grown with the water that was changed off of that land. Westminster owns the Baja Ranch and has agreed, in addition to the exchange of water, that it will cooperate in good faith with our requests to achieve the maximum amount of dry up on the Baja Ranch that is allowed under one of our water rights decrees. The water right decree obligations can be complicated and burdensome. By working with Westminster in this manner, Aurora not only benefits, but also continues to be a good neighbor and build strong relationships with other cities in our basin. Both Aurora and Westminster benefit from this agreement. I'll stop there and take any questions.
Discussion, questions? Seeing none, question before us is whether or not to move item number 3E forward. Is there any objection to moving item number 3E forward? Seeing none, item number 3E will move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 3F, Colorado Legal Services Agreement regarding contributions toward the Landlord Tenant Legal Services Program. Jessica Prosser.
Thank you, Mayor. Colorado Legal Service is not going to be present tonight to present this. I realize the commentary is a little misleading. They were present for the Horns Policy Committee, and the presentation that they did deliver was part of your packet. So I'm happy to provide a brief overview. This is level funding from what was provided in 2018 for this program. We were able to provide the outcomes of the program as part of the commentary. 68 households were served in the Aurora community. Again, this is an eviction pilot program wherein there's a hired grant attorney or paralegal that is part of the court system. With COVID, they've still been able to serve folks. A lot of the focus during COVID has been to connect folks very quickly with rental assistance and make sure that they understand some of the moratoriums that have been put in place. So people are partnered up with that attorney or paralegal to help them work through the process and make sure that they can remain housed. And there's been about an 85% success rate. So this is really just a request to use marijuana funds to continue the intergovernmental agreement with the other cities identified in Adams County. And just kind of as an aside, something that came out of the Horns Committee meeting was a request from Councilmember Coombs and Councilmember Johnston to explore if this is a program that could be beneficial to Arapahoe County as well. From a staff perspective, we do receive a lot of concerns from folks in Arapahoe County that don't have access to this service. So just want to make this clear that this IGA is just for the Adams County portion of Aurora. And so the question for council is to move this forward to a regular meeting in a funding amount of $25,000 from marijuana funds for the IGA with Colorado Legal Services.
Questions, discussion?
Mayor.
Mayor Protem.
Jessica, can you tell me where this organization's funding normally comes from?
I'm not sure that I can fully explain that. I believe, other grants and assistance programs, most of their services are free to the folks that are reaching out. So I could get back to you with that information.
Okay, well, I did a little research. So some of it comes from federal, from state, and then of course, those county or city municipalities that have signed up. And we don't really get an audit statement. I mean, I'm sure we don't have an audit statement from them on where that money comes from, the amount of money, I mean.
To my knowledge, we have not received an audit statement from them.
Okay, So I know that they received 500,000 under the 20 million rental assistance program, and then they received another $1 million under the next rollout with the $52 million stimulus. That's on top of the normal federal grants, the normal state grants that they get. And actually, we've had moratoriums on evictions. I have an issue that I personally don't think this is a city responsibility. You know, it can be obviously a state responsibility or county, but it's also a nonprofit organization that advocates against landlords. And I think we do a lot for our citizens for rental assistance. We certainly have spent a lot of money on rental assistance, on the landlord mitigation that was mentioned earlier tonight. And then we also, of course, you know, agreed with the moratorium. So I just don't think we should be giving taxpayer monies to an outside organization that advocates, really does more advocacy work. I don't think they actually pay rents, like we help actually pay rents with our rental assistant money, correct?
From my understanding, they're referring folks in helping, you know, with filling out applications and things like that. For example, listed in the backup commentary, working with Maker Housing, which operates in Adams County.
But I mean, I think you guys do a great job, and I think you do that with the monies that we've been allocated, whether it be through CDBG funds or through the CARES Act money that we receive. So I just can't support giving taxpayer monies, and I know it's marijuana monies, but still taxpayer monies, to an outside nonprofit that gets plenty of money.
Jessica, my comment, isn't the primary mission of this program to represent tenants in court who are facing eviction?
To provide legal advice and then representation. And for example, if someone is having an issue with their landlord, or they feel that they're being, you know, wrongly, you know, evicted, and they contact the city, we do not provide legal advice. We would refer them to Colorado Legal Services. So that's where staff would have that interaction, is we refer folks over to them for those services.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Coons.
So I just want to look back to that backup and make sure that we're recognizing that 85% of the people were able to retain their housing as a result of this representation. That's 85% fewer people of the total folks they serve that are becoming homeless. And so I don't think we can, on the one hand, say we want to address root causes of homelessness, and then on the other hand, ignore evictions, which are a root cause of homelessness, a direct root cause of homelessness. So this is homelessness prevention. That's what we're providing here. So I think it's incredibly important that we look at those systemic and preventable causes and address those. And so I 100% support this, and as mentioned, support expanding it to cover more folks in our city.
Further discussion, Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, sir. I also just want to add that Aurora is the eviction capital of Colorado, and that we are 33rd in the nation, according to evictionlab.org, for evictions. So I think we're the 54th largest city, but we're number 33 in the country for evictions. So this is something that's very needed in our city, and I strongly support this moving forward.
Mayor?
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. Councilmember Coombs and Councilmember Marcano said exactly the points I was going to make. So I'll just add that our marijuana funds that we'd be using were targeted toward homelessness prevention. So there's definitely that nexus. And then those are the other points that Councilmember Coombs and Marcano said I agree with. Thanks.
Further discussion. Seeing none. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, so this organization, Colorado Legal Services, but they advocate at the state level against landlords, correct? On evictions. I mean, I understand helping people, and I think we do a great job with our rental assistance and our landlord mitigation. We've given lots of money this past year, and we do so even in non-COVID years. My concern is giving money. These are attorneys that we're giving money to, that are getting a lot of money from the federal government and the state government them already. And I mean, what about the landlords? Do they get any assistance when they don't get their rent?
Mayor?
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes, I just want to address some of that since Councilmember Coombs Burzins and I had we had a presentation and we got to ask some questions. And on page 286, in the middle of it, it does say what the funds would be spent for, and obviously not lobbying as part of that. And also, you know, their legal services, their attorneys, but they still have to go through the court system, you know, through a judge. And the judge will weigh what the landlord's saying, what the tenant's saying, and there's still that process. It's just that right now staff can't provide that service. So this is just that mechanism. But in terms of like the fairness of it, there is still that court process.
If I'm Jessica, it's Mayor. I think that this $25,000 is really almost like a membership thing because their funds really do, you know, it's not going to cover very much. And it's the funds that I think that the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned that really truly cover the cost of having these lawyers be able to go to court on behalf of the tenants. Further discussion? Seeing none, question before us is whether or not to move item 3F forward. Is there objection?
Object.
Okay. Seeing the majority are in support, and so item number 3F will move forward.
Mayor, how do you have the majority? So am I the only one objecting? Is that?
Is there any further objections? That's correct. Item number 3F will move forward. Item number 3G, funding agreement between the City of Aurora and Comitas Crisis Center. Jessica Presser.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to speak to items 3G and 3H just in my general comments. Both of these items are historically what has been nexus funding, where there has been a nexus between police and homeless services. Because of the reduction in shortfalls as part of the surcharge programs that Council discussed, I believe in November of 2020, and as part of the budget process, it was determined that a few of the agencies that have historically been funded with Nexus funds would move over to the marijuana fund. And so these two agencies, Aurora Mental Health and Mile High Behavioral Health Care, their Nexus agreements are now being proposed to be funded with the marijuana funds instead. And so because we bring forward anything that is utilizing marijuana funds, these two agreements are being brought forth to essentially change them from what was historically the Nexus funds into the marijuana fund, because they are more focused on homelessness and neatly fit within the marijuana fund. These will be one-year agreements, and these funds and these services will then be folded into the homeless services RFP for subsequent years, and will be more of a competitive process like we did for the homeless services RFP in 2020. So that's why they're coming forward now, and the allocation of those funds for certain funds to stay in, or certain programs and agencies to stay in the surcharge program and certain ones to come to the marijuana fund. That decision was made earlier. And so these are the agreements that are formalizing those budget decisions. So if there's any questions.
Discussion? Seeing none, then the question before us is whether or not to move item number 3H. 3G and 3H forward. Let me do 3G first. Is there any objection to moving item number 3G forward? Seeing none, item number 3G will move forward. Is there any objection to moving item number 3H forward? Seeing none, item number 3H will move forward. Thank you, Jessica. Item number 3I, Councilmember Gruber.
This resolution is to support the military families that are moving into Colorado. Every 2 to 6 years, military families are required to leave their base and move to a new base. For the children that are leaving Colorado, they've already earned the right to compete for a position for the lotteries for the better schools, charter schools, and so on. For the incoming families, they're typically notified in a February, March timeframe. They typically arrive in the summertime, June, July, August, prior to school. And as a result of that, they are not eligible to compete for these other schools in the lottery. So the previous wing commander at Buckley Air Force Base, now it's called a garrison, so the previous garrison commander, and I think specifically his wife, has led an effort with Representative Bockenfeld and Senator Fields to create an ordinance to allow military families to use the address of the military base where they're going to be sent to as their home address as soon as they get their orders. So if they receive their orders in March saying that they're coming to Buckley Air Force Base, they'll be able to use Buckley Air Force Base as their home address and then apply for schools for this lottery. The ordinance I have before you today is based on previous language of the ordinance. The ordinance hasn't been introduced to the legislature yet. We expect that to happen probably next week. There's some final negotiations going on between school boards and the legislature to make sure that everyone's concerns are incorporated in a bill. If that or when that happens, there will be minor modifications to the ordinance I'm bringing forward, and those will be presented when we go, the resolution I'm bringing forward, and those will be discussed at our formal council meeting if council supports this. Are there any questions?
Questions? Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
So I support the bill, but I'm not going to vote for the resolution. We have a process in Pfizer to support state legislation, and I don't think we need to do a resolution for it. Thanks.
Further discussion? I support the resolution. It's a stronger position. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is whether or not to move item 3I forward. Is there any objection?
Object.
Councilmember Gardner, further objection? Seeing no further objection, absent one member, item number 3I will move forward. Item number 4A, state legislative update.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thumbs up if you can hear me. Got a thumbs up. Thank you. Luke Pompasano, Intergovernmental Relations Manager, here to give a brief state legislative update. There was an email I sent out on Friday afternoon that included several bills that the Federal, State, and Intergovernmental Relations Committee discussed at their February 19th meeting. As a reminder, per council rules, FSIR is empowered to take positions on state legislative proposals on behalf of the city. The FSIR committee took an active support position on 6 bills and gave their support for staff to engage and lobby on 1 additional bill. The next FSIR committee meeting is scheduled for Friday, March 5th, this week at 1 p.m. The first bill that I'll give a brief review on is House Bill 1025, Non-Substantive Emails and Open Meetings Law. This bill concerns a clarification under the Colorado Open Meetings Law of the requirements governing communication by electronic mail that does not relate to the substance of public business. This bill would essentially clarify that emails dealing with scheduling and availability, electronic communications sent by one elected official for the purposes of forwarding information, responding to an inquiry, or posing a question is not covered under open meetings law. The committee did take an active support position on this bill. This bill is making its way through the House. It has passed the committee and is up on the House Committee of the Whole calendar for second reading this week. I'll pause in between. If anybody has questions, feel free to interrupt. All right.
Questions? Okay. Seeing none, please proceed.
The next bill is House Bill 1030, expanding peace officers' mental health grant program. This bill doesn't expands a state program for peace officer mental health program. It's a grant program that includes funding for on-scene response services to enhance law enforcement's handling of calls for services related to persons with mental health disorders and social service needs, including calls that do not require a peace officer. The committee did take an active support position on this bill. We do not currently tap into this grant program, but this is a program that could assist APD's current co-responder program, as well as the new Cahoots mental health program located in Housing and Community Services. This bill is on.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I was just going to say it's on the calendar tomorrow to be heard in committee.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Just full disclosure, scheduling allowing, I intend to testify against this bill as written as an individual and not on behalf of the city.
Very well. Just please make
putting
that
that
point
out there
clear.
on the record.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Please proceed, Mr. Luke. Sorry.
That's okay. The next bill is House Bill 1046. This is Water Share Right Mutual Ditch Corporation. It would clarify mutual ditch corporation law and historic operations. Mutual ditch companies provide water for many agricultural and municipal operations statewide. This bill clarifies that mutual ditch may operate using traditional ditch operating practices. When a shareholder is not using some of their available water, they do not inherently have the right to prevent other shareholders from using any portion of the corporation's water rights. This bill got an active support position from the committee as well, and committee date has not been set yet. The next bill we have is House Bill 1075, replace the term illegal alien. This bill simply replaces the term illegal alien with worker without authorization as it relates to public contracts for service. This was included in our state priorities, and the committee did give it an active support position. This bill also passed out of committee last week and is on the full House committee schedule, committee of the whole schedule for this week. The next bill is House Bill 1117, Local Government Authority Promote Affordable Housing Units. This bill clarifies local government's ability to promote the development of new affordable housing pursuant to their existing land use authority and within their territorial boundaries. Again, this was included in our state priorities, and the committee did give it an active support position. All right, we have another water bill, Water Resource Financing Enterprise, Senate Bill 34. This bill would create the Water Resources Financing Enterprise to collect a fee from customers of public water supply systems to finance water projects through grants and loans. Municipalities that operate public drinking water systems will experience revenue and expenditure impacts. Water suppliers would be required to collect fees on behalf of the enterprise, which will entail expenditures, increased staff workload, and increased costs to our ratepayers. The committee did take an active opposed position on this bill. All right, the last bill that the committee did take a position on was Senate Bill 62, Jail Population Management Tools. I'll specify first that the position was to pursue changes through the bill sponsor, not an active support or oppose. But this bill concerns measures to reduce jail populations. The bill would prohibit arrest for many municipal ordinance violations, misdemeanors, and even some felonies. The bill mandates personal reconnaissance bonds on municipal cases unless the court believes the defendant will flee or threatens the safety of others, and no other conditions of the PR bond will mitigate the risk of flight or harm. The bill could negatively affect the municipal court and cause a significant docket backlog due to the failure to appear provision. It does directly impact how the court can enforce its own orders by mandating PR bonds. The bill, however, would decrease detainee population and lower the risk of recidivism, and requiring PR bonds could help reduce COVID-19 outbreaks of those in custody. There was substantial debate on this bill in committee. The committee was not ready to take a position on the bill, but we did want to allow our staff, our city attorneys, and our lobbyists to engage on the bill, and staff asked for and received a pursue changes through bill sponsor position on this one. And this one is in committee on Thursday.
Okay, let me just speak to this for a minute, because I would hope that we could join our chiefs of police who are united in their opposition to this bill. And given the rise in, I mean, I understand the need for taking this action during the pandemic. The problem is what it does is it locks in the policy during the pandemic to make it, indefinite. And I think that's very dangerous. And when we look at something like auto theft and how much that's increased during the pandemic, because we haven't been doing pretrial incarceration. We just give them a summons and release. And so I think it's we're seeing a rise in crimes like that due to this policy. Again, I understand it during the pandemic, but they're taking this, what we're doing during the pandemic, and then making it indefinite. So, I mean, I would hope that we'd reconsider.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I echo those comments. Crime in the city is exploding. We have not just car thefts, but larceny, burglary, across the board. Our crimes are increasing. I disagree with the concept that it's going to affect recidivism. I am concerned, though, that so many of the things that we consider crimes now will simply not be crimes anymore. Going into a store, stealing something, many misdemeanors, many felonies, lower class felonies will simply not be listed as crime. That will certainly increase the amount of crime in Aurora when a time where our constituents are asking us, please do what you can to reduce crime. So I don't support this either. I would recommend that council take a position not to support tonight, so that when it does go forward to the legislature, we will have our opinion heard.
And let me just say that this certainly does not preclude us from negotiating amendments. I think it gives us a better position of leverage. I'm sorry, Councilmember Johnson.
Yes, I just want, and if Luke has anything to add, when this was presented to Pfizer, we heard from both Judge Day as well as Mr. Wilson from the Public Defender's Office. And although they had different perspectives, they both said this needed some work and that they anticipated some amendments. So for me, as part of the Pfizer committee, I had concerns with supporting it because of all the issues that both Judge Day and Mr. Wilson brought up. Luke, I don't know if any of that has been more finalized, but I just don't think we should, as a council, be premature with a position while some of these issues are still being worked out.
And I can speak to that. I do expect there to be a number of amendments when it does come to committee. I do think that this is an important bill to bring back to the committee. And depending on the conversations there, it could be possible to recommend to bring it back to council to have the full council weigh in. So I would, at this point, I personally would like to see what the amendments are on Thursday.
Mayor, can I speak?
Councilmember Lawson.
And just to make a note too, this bill was very controversial. I mean, we talked about it at CML, and there was more of a position to basically see what those amendments were versus just oppose. So that was even discussed at CML before this was even brought to Pfizer as well. So I just wanted to just put that little tidbit in there as well.
And let me just say, if the amendments get on as hoped for, certainly council could, if there was a position of opposition, they could certainly reconsider that and then be supportive of it, but they'd have a basis in which to be supportive of it.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I would be opposed to this as well. I had the District Attorney John Kellner on my last town hall, as well as our Deputy Chief, and I invited them as speakers because my constituents were constantly contacting me, emailing me about the rise in crime, and they're very concerned about the rise in crime. What was interesting was, you know, the deputy chief went through all the different crimes, the increase in those type of crimes, and what they were doing about them. But it was interesting to get the DA perspective, because it went back to, you know, if criminals are, a lot of the rise in crime was attributed to repeat offenders. And one of the things that came out was that since they're not, you know, they're not going through trial, they're not being, you know, they're not being put in jail, that they are released, and they are the same ones committing crime over and over and over. And that's why, a good reason why our stats are so high. So I think we should take an opposed position, wait for the amendments, as the mayor said, and then we could take, you know, a support or a neutral position.
Further questions?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
I just want to say the whole point of having a position of, say, monitoring a bill or pursuing changes through the bill sponsor is that we don't then have to reverse an opposed position or support position that we already had. Like, that's why those positions exist. And so I support the recommendation of the committee to use the tools we have available to us to take a nuanced approach and get good information about how this bill changes over time.
Further discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I disagree with that position entirely. The reason we take an opposed position to a bill, to a draft bill, is to let the legislature know that the city council does not support what is in the bill currently. Our staff is currently, and our lobbyists are working with the legislature to modify the bill. But the legislatures, the sponsors of the bill, should understand that council is against it unless they make the modifications that we like. For us to say that we want to monitor a bill that we know we don't like gives up any, I mean, why have a lobbyist? Why have anybody at all? The position of the council is very, very important as a bill is being introduced. So again, I recommend that we do not support this bill.
Further discussion. Seeing none, I'm going to go through the roll. In terms of the question before us is to oppose the bill. Councilmember Lawson?
No, I'm not going to oppose the bill.
Councilmember Hiltz?
I'm the same as Angela. The same as Angela, not with the committee's recommendation.
Councilmember Gruber?
I oppose the bill.
So you're a yes on my motion, okay. Councilmember Gardner?
I oppose the bill.
Okay. Councilmember Murillo?
I support the position to pursue amendments through the sponsor.
Councilmember Johnson?
Same as Councilmember Murillo.
Councilmember Berzins?
I'm yes on your amendment.
Okay. Councilmember O'Connell?
Amendments through the sponsor.
I'm sorry?
Amendments through the sponsor.
Your
support the committee's position.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Coombs?
I support the committee's position.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I oppose. I'm with your amendment, Mayor.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see, we have Councilmember Lawson, Councilmember Hiltz, Councilmember Rio, Councilmember Johnston, Councilmember O'Connell, Councilmember Coombs, with 6 members in opposition. The motion fails, although I guess we don't do motions on it. I don't get this study session stuff. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just want to, when we do a monitor, we're saying we're okay with the bill. We're just going to monitor, see how it goes, but we're okay with it. I mean, that's my understanding.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
No,
this is not a monitor position. I was just using that
pursuit to
as
the
an
bill.
example.
That is our position, though. It is a monitor position.
It's not. It's pursuit to the bill to sponsor.
It's for amendments, but it's monitor. It's not. We're not taking a position for or against.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Look, it's a moot question at this point because the motion failed. And
misrepresenting the position is important, though, Mayor, respectfully.
Yeah.
You are.
Mayor.
So it's you want to call it a neutral position? Is that what you want to call it?
It's
Nope, Mayor.
no.
Oh, sorry, I'll let Councilmember Lawson.
No, it is pursuing, we're not saying that we support this. The committee, well, most of the committee is not saying that we support this. We're saying that we're looking at we're looking at the changes that are going to be made through the bill sponsor. There are going to be changes made through the bill sponsor. I guarantee you on this one. Because there's too much, yeah, but it's not a neutral position. You can't just say that we're going to support
You're not opposed. You're not opposed to the bill.
Well, that's disagree.
That was the vote, was whether or not you were opposed to the bill. You're not opposed to the bill. Councilmember Coombs.
Mayor, can we have the record please reflect in the minutes that the position that every council member took that did not oppose the bill outright was to support the committee's position to pursue amendments through the bill sponsor?
You voted on the question that I put forward. You vote. You can put another question forward, but you voted on the question that I put forward. And the issue that I put forward was to be opposed to the bill.
Mayor?
Yes.
Can I please make a motion to support the position of the committee?
I think it's a settled question. City Attorney's Office. We just voted. I mean, okay, very well. Just for time, I'll let it occur. All those in support of the committee's position signify by stating your name, not all at once.
Angela Lawson.
Okay.
Coombs.
Hiltz.
Woody.
Marcano.
Johnston.
Is there further support for the Pfizer position? Very well.
Mayor, I have a question.
Councilmember Gardner.
So a majority of council just said that they want to, I guess, monitor the bill, but pursue changes. So what are those changes that we're pursuing or that we want to see happen? That's probably a question for Luke, but that seems pretty nebulous to me. So I guess I'm curious.
Yeah, very well. Staff.
Yeah, so we have a number of people who are actively lobbying on this. We have members of the city attorney's office who are working with CML on changing some of the language. I know that Judge Day and Public Defender Wilson are also engaged on amendments.
So can we get those?
Answer Mr. Gardner's question.
Can we get those sent to council then, what the amendments we're wanting to see happen? Because that wasn't really clear to me from the Pfizer minutes either. And there might have been more discussion. I admittedly wasn't there, so.
Yes, I'll reach out to staff and find out where they are with their proposals. I'm not sure that they have detailed proposals, but I'll reach out to staff. And I'm not sure if anyone from the city attorney's office can weigh in terms of their conversations that they're having with CML and the bill sponsors.
Because the point I'm trying to make is we're saying that we want to take a position to pursue changes, but where are we defining what those positions are that we want to see change like that?
Exactly.
Well, and to clarify, we're not, if we take a monitor position, staff cannot engage on the bill, which is why we have the nuanced version of pursue changes through bill sponsor. When we come to committee too, typically we just look at the bill as a whole. We're not voting on specific amendments. It's allowing our staff to work on the bill. But I will reach out to all of those involved and get some clarifications and send that out to council.
Thanks.
Mayor.
Mayor Protem.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I would like to, I mean, unless you know what the amendment are, I have a hard time saying that you're pursuing the sponsor when you don't know what the amendments are. They might, I guess what everybody else is saying is that then they will take a different position. But the only amendments we're seeing is what I'm hearing is our city attorney with CML, not any other outside organizations, correct?
I believe Judge Day is also working with bill sponsor Senator Lee on some amendments. He had discussed those, I think, during the FSIR committee, but I don't know that the minutes reflected it.
Okay. Okay, well, that position will move forward on Senate Bill 62 to work on amendments that are not disclosed yet, but apparently were discussed in committee.
Mayor
Councilmember Brosens.
Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
On a separate related but unrelated item, since we're taking votes on positions that were made in committee, I wanted to know if there was a point where I could maybe make a plug to move to neutral on the peace officers mental health bill that was voted on in committee. I didn't know that was an option here, and so I didn't bring it up then.
Very well. No.
Okay. Do you want me to do that now, or should I wait till the end of the update?
Why don't you wait till the end?
Okay.
Okay, so right now you always have, that's why it's in front of study session and whether or not we can move these issues forward. This is okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Item number 3A, approval of letter regarding private prison contracts.
Wait, I thought I was gonna.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That update. Oh,
I was thinking the end of that. But go ahead.
That's okay. I would like the committee to move to neutral on that bill or no and pursue changes. The title of the bill and what's in the bill aren't exactly lining up. And with the city of Aurora's move to this CAHOOTS pilot with the intent to move away from a co-responder program, a bill that centers law enforcement in that programming and that funding mechanism is, I don't think, the most appropriate course of action for us to stay in line with what we've already stated as our goals. I don't have a problem with funding co-responder programs. I think they have good data coming out, but looking at the state of policing in the United States and in Aurora specifically, having something that centers a law enforcement response when we've already had a lot of conversations around the balance of power when it comes to an M1 hold and fully funding programs, and the fact that we do have these alternatives. There are several changes that I have been in contact with the sponsors on and some other stakeholders as an individual person on things that I would like to see changed. And I would really like to just see if maybe the council is interested in moving to a neutral and pursue changes. They have been very receptive to changes. I anticipate we will see those changes, or at least some of them. But, in the wake of SB 217, to then turn around and make this type of response the default, as opposed to the secondary option, is just something that is counter to what we've already stated as a goal for the city.
Councilmember Hill's question, the bill does not prohibit, though, the CAHOOTS style response. Am I correct?
Well, so the way that it's currently written is that in order to apply for this is my understanding, in order to apply, you do have to have an officer on your board. So even a community-based organization has to have that nexus to law enforcement. I've asked twice now if, because this is a peace officers funding mechanism, if that will even allow for a non-police nexus type of funding. And I haven't been able to get a response on whether or not that would be an allowable expenditure. My guess is that because this is going through that particular funding mechanism, that mechanism is going to require that nexus to law enforcement. And again, this isn't about co-responder programs not being good programs. I think in some places, that may make more sense. But when it comes to local control, even just to make that be the default and not have that alternative, it's undetermined.
Okay, further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
I just would like to support that position put forward by Councilmember Hiltz. I think it's important that we be really thoughtful about how we're addressing mental health in our communities. And it's pretty clear, and I think we're all aware, that mental health is not sufficiently addressed and frequently not best addressed through law enforcement response.
Further discussion? I'm seeing none in the question before. I'm sorry.
So I'm sorry, can we go back and tell us what the position is?
I think that
it would be to go neutral and pursue changes. I mean, I would like to see a not support currently, but I think the intention is there. So even just a neutral position as opposed to an active support is something that I'm okay with.
Okay. Is there the question before us is to move to a neutral position. Mayor Pro Tem.
So if we move to neutral, we're not making any recommendations for changes, correct?
Councilmember Hills.
I mean, I'm personally as an individual am working on some changes. I think that's up to the full council whether or not they would like to discuss pursuing changes as a council, which of course I'm very open to and happy to open that up. So I'll leave that to the full council. I would like to see changes pursued personally, yes.
Okay, so Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So, I mean, if you want changes, but that's why I guess I'm just wanting clarification, because if we go with neutral, we're not proposing changes. If we oppose, then can we introduce changes to it?
Sure.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, further discussion. The question before us is to take a neutral position.
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
I would support the decision to also pursue changes, provided that, and this is a Luke question, is that if we say pursue changes, is that something that needs to be done through staff, that staff would be the ones pursuing the changes, or can we as council define changes that we'd like to see pursued?
I'll take that one. Yeah, when we go neutral, of course, any council member is able to advocate for or against a bill as a private citizen, as Councilmember Hiltz has said. I think if we want to, as the city, take a position to work on the bill, that's where we would want to officially be pursuing changes instead of neutral or monitor.
Would that be monitored then?
My understanding is we would want to officially pursue changes. Monitor and neutral I mean, I monitor all the bills.
What do you need? Well,
if the council would like to seek amendments, I would ask for a pursue changes position.
Okay, Councilmember Hiltz.
That works that works for me. And Luke, I'm happy to connect with you and Pfizer on what I would like to see, and then of course the committee will make that final determination.
Okay.
Continue as a person.
Is there objection to pursuing changes?
Object, Dave.
Okay. Further objection. Seeing no further objection, but so noted with Councilmember Gruber, our position will be to. I'm sorry. What is that position called, Luke?
It's pursue change.
Pursue changes. Very well.
Okay, I have a question because this.
Mayor Pro Tem.
We've gone from oppose, neutral to support to now, and then back to the pursue changes, which was the other one, pursue amendments that we haven't seen. So you're sure a pursue allows us to recommend
Work on the bill. Yes. And I think in this scenario, we haven't defined, I mean, Councilmember Hiltz probably has some ideas of amendments, but the council as a whole, I don't want to get into a debate on each possible amendment. So I feel that allowing the pursue changes is what gives us the ability to then work with bill sponsors, lobbying groups, things like that.
Okay.
Mayor.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. Yeah, and I would say, I'm doing what I'm doing as an individual person, and I think when after tomorrow's committee, there will be time between the time that it gets out of committee and goes to the floor. So whatever comes out of committee, I think we could talk about as a council, just because I think there's not enough time between now and then. And I'm happy to chat with anyone on council about, my specific concerns in the meantime too. So thank you.
Very well.
Thank you, Mayor, for having that time.
Okay.
Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
So Luke, I just have a question. As far as people going in and making presentations I haven't worked at the state legislature before. That's normal. People sign up like they do in for our meetings to make those statements.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I can follow up with some details on signing up to testify.
Sure. And I may be signing up as well on Senate Bill 62, and certainly will identify that I'm not representing the city of Aurora, but myself. Okay. Item number 5A, approval of letter regarding private prison contracts. Councilmember Hiltz.
I'm just very busy tonight. Thank you. This is also pretty straightforward. It is just asking the Biden administration to extend the private prison ban on to immigration detention centers, which should come as a surprise to no one in the city. So asking my colleagues to join in that support.
Question to the city attorney, what is the threshold requirement?
And if a majority,
a simple majority? Oh, so go ahead.
Yeah, it's a simple majority. If a simple majority wants to pursue this, the mayor would sign the letter for them.
I thought it was 10. You needed 10. Is it a simple majority?
Simple majority.
Okay.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So this is a letter to the Biden administration to cancel the contracts with privately operated facilities, detention facilities like GEO. But this is a private company that's operated for example, in Aurora, ours. I'll speak to the one that is in Aurora. Do we even have that legal ability? Maybe the attorney can address that.
Okay, but the administration has the authority.
Federal government to shut down private facilities?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a contract. They can simply not renew or cancel the contract.
Okay, and that would be through Homeland Security specifically, or?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I think it was through, because the detention facilities are under Homeland Security.
I oppose.
Okay. Let me go through the roll.
Mayor Dave Gruber, before we go.
Councilmember Gruber.
I just wanted, I think, I know our president wants to hear from us, and I know he's anxious to hear what the Aurora City Council has to say. I suspect this is going to pass and you'll sign it. I just want to make sure, and maybe this is to the city attorney, that if individual council members write a letter that specifically rejects this, can those individual council members sign it as council members? So say, I disagree with the letter you just got from the mayor?
And the letters policy set out in the council rules, you always have the ability to express your opinion on that.
And we can do that as a group on a single letter?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Now, to the city attorney what about using the city's letterhead? I think that's the question.
And what you would do is you would not use the city letterhead, you would use another letterhead. But you could sign, again, saying your personal opinion, and if there are multiple if it came out 6 in favor, the mayor would sign on behalf of council, but the other council members that were opposed to it could sign their own letter indicating that they're opposed.
Okay, very well.
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
So if the mayor signs a letter on behalf of the rest of council, can the mayor then also sign a letter taking the opposite position of the letter that was sent? That's the only thing that sounds confusing to me about that whole process.
And that is a unique piece, but yes, what the mayor is signing is this is the position of the city of Aurora. He's signing it as the mayor, as the representative for Aurora. He may have his own opinion that's different.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner. Councilmember Gardner.
So a couple of things. First, I do agree with at least the spirit of the letter and calling out private prisons in general. I think private prisons typically have perverse incentives, and I would, I think that's something we should move away from generally. However, I do want to point out, executive orders and legislating via executive order was wrong when Trump did it. It's wrong when Biden does it. That's not how we should be making laws or driving policy in our country. And we have, for too long, allowed the executive branch to make laws using executive orders. And this is just another example of that. So I won't support signing this letter purely because it's not what the role of the president is. The legislative branch should be making laws. The legislative branch should be fixing our immigration laws. Probably instead of sending a letter to Joe Biden, the letter should go to Jason Crow, Congressman Crow, and he should introduce a bill to make these corrections. So I just, it's really frustrating to me, the inconsistency of people who called out President Trump for issuing executive orders are now okay with President Biden doing the same thing. That's it for me.
Further discussion. I see none. I'm sorry.
Person?
Councilmember Burzins.
Thank you. I'll say amen to you, Councilmember Gardner. This should be going to Jason Crow. That's why we have him in Congress, is to represent Aurora. And honestly, I think it's very inappropriate for us to call out a specific business and ask for it to be closed. I don't think we should get involved in that. I mean, next time, are we going to say, I think you should close Amazon and Home Depot and some other company because they're making too much money. What are we doing? What are we getting involved with? But I want to say how hypocritical this is for people to be saying to close a company, but those same people wouldn't stand up to our working men and women in Aurora to try to get their companies back open. When we sent a letter to Governor Polis, we only had 5 people out of 11 council members that signed that letter. You wouldn't stand up for the working people to try to get them back, their businesses back open. And now you want to close a particular company. I don't get it. I don't get it. I hope the people at home are listening to what's going on and the hypocrisy of what's going on.
Further discussion.
Mayor, Councilmember Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. Just wanted to remind my colleagues and the public that this company is engaged with egregious human rights violations and abuses that have been confirmed and pointed out in reports by ICE and the government. And also, I have no problem asking for the private prison industry to be shut down generally, and I will stand by that. And I don't think that this industry and this particular business should be conflated with small businesses in Aurora, because I think that's disrespectful to them to even equate them with the abuses that this company perpetuates.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
And I just want to clarify my opposition, because there's no solution. So this is asking the President of the United States to, cancel all contracts with private prisons. And what's the solution? We let all a lot of them that are in some of these private prisons have criminal records that could be a danger to society. And so what do we do with them? I think Denver kind of went through this and they didn't have a solution. And I think they had to buy back the buildings that from the prisons that they had them in, because they had no place to put the prisoners. So I think, you shouldn't make law that you don't even have a solution for. And I agree with Councilmember Gardner, this should go to the legislators, not to the executive office.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
That's it.
Johnston.
Councilmember Johnston.
I just want to circle back about the hypocrisy claim, just because the majority of council members supported the state health department, CDPHE recommendations, as well as Tri-County Health. That doesn't make us against small business. We're leaning on the subject matter experts in a pandemic. And then also we've heard since I've been on council, when we have issues about GEO, is not our issue. This is a federal issue. Why are we even talking about this? And Councilmember Hiltz has been leading lots of efforts around this. So she's bringing a federal issue, federal letter to the executive branch that can make that decision. Thanks.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
I can see that some of my colleagues are very amused that they dropped the rhetoric bomb and now it's getting responded to. But standing up for workers does not mean sending them into places where they could get a deadly disease. That's outrageous to call it standing up for workers. And there's nothing hypocritical about wanting to prevent human rights abuses and also make sure that workers aren't subjected to unsafe working conditions and diseases. It's completely ridiculous, and I'm glad you're amused at the responses.
Further discussion. Seeing none, question before us is the support of the letter to President Biden to close private prisons. Let's see. Support letter for Biden's administration effort to cancel contracts with privately operated criminal detention facilities and request extension of executive order to private facilities engaged in the business of detaining immigrants. I'm going to call the roll on this. Councilmember Lawson.
I support the letter.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Support.
Councilmember Gruber.
I do not support, and I'd like to know when you send this so I can send the counter letter.
Okay. Councilmember Gardner.
Opposed.
Councilmember Murillo.
Support.
Okay. Councilmember Johnson.
Support.
Councilmember Rosens.
No.
Councilmember McConnell.
Support.
Councilmember Coombs.
Support.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Oppose.
Mayor opposes. Majority have risen in support, so the letter will move forward with my signature. 5B, temporary caps on fees for food delivery. Councilmember Gardner.
So, thank you. This is essentially an extension. Previously, I brought forward an ordinance to place a cap on delivery fees that was set to expire at the end of this month. And, you know, the biggest reason for the extension is the slow rollout of the vaccine. If everyone will recall, a big part of the reason, the onus for bringing this forward originally was a lot of consumers were moving towards delivery because in-person dining was restricted. It has opened up some since that original ordinance passed. At the time, it was 25% capacity. Now it's 50% capacity. However, most kind of people that follow the dial system expect the 50% to be in place for several more months. And this extends it kind of one more quarter through June 30th. So pretty straightforward. It does the same thing as the prior version. Instead of expiring March 31st, would expire June 30th.
Discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Just wanted to point out that, you know, as we discussed when we initially passed this, the ordinance, that the other side gets to decide too. That's one of the military rules, is that whatever you do, your enemy gets to decide too. And as a result of that, some of them raise prices on the delivery, which again, the impact is that as opposed to taking that money out of the pocket of the restaurant, the money is now taken out of the pocket of the person asking for the delivery. And frankly, I think that's where it should be. I'm going to support this, but I want to point out two things. First, we are nearly approaching blue if we haven't approached that already, and we're talking about by the end of the quarter, we expect the restaurants to be fully operating. I guess the most important thing is for us to let the companies know, that the delivery companies know that this has a termination date, so they stop taking the additional money from our residents as soon as this terminates. So if we could, again, if this passes again, if the extension passes, we go out to DoorDash, we go out to the other companies to say, on this date, this is going to terminate. Please don't charge the consumers anymore.
Further discussion? Seeing none, is there any opposition to moving 5B forward? Seeing none, item number 5B will move forward. Item number 5C, letter of support for LGBTQ communities in metro districts. Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so this actually is something that I worked with Councilmember Johnston on. She had brought it to my attention after seeing it in the Sentinel, so I just want to thank her for that. I actually had a similar experience to what the individuals in this metro district had with my HOA, also trying to prohibit me from having pride flags on my personal property. I think it's really important, as the letter indicates, that we provide people with community support and that we also not have arbitrary rules that limit free speech. So I will let Councilmember Johnston weigh in as well.
Councilmember Johnston.
Mayor, thank you. Yes, I hope our council can support this. The ACLU is currently suing with Whispering Pines Metropolitan District on the basis of discrimination. This includes flags and signage. While the resident eventually had to go through many steps and get approval, then there was another arbitrary system to get through of having to renew that request. And in these times, it's bigger than a flag. It's bigger than a sign. It's about community. It's about supporting our neighbors. It's about our LGBTQ plus folks not being alienated and separated because of some signage that they want to have. And Councilmember Coombs and I and Mayor Pro Tem Bergen serve on Aurora Pride Board, and of course we've made a lot of progress with the city supporting our LGBTQ plus community by supporting Aurora Pride. But I think these are the moments too, besides events, where we need to show that we support in these situations too. It's just as important. So I hope that we can send this letter and statement for our community for support. Thanks.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and I want to say that, we talk a lot about working in cooperation with each other as council members, and in the spirit of cooperation, I'm the Ward 6 council member. Whispering Pines is in my ward. I was not made aware of this issue by either council member Johnston or council member Coombs, and I really wish you would have brought it to my attention. I did serve on the Pride Board for the last 2 years. I'm currently on it. And this is my ward. I would have, appreciated a phone call, a text, an email to discuss this letter of support. I will support this, of course. And furthermore, I'm someone that believes in free speech. I believe in a homeowner's right to fly any flag that they want to fly. And again, I am kind of surprised that I was not even included in this discussion. So I wanted to also just see if our attorney could opine about the legality of being able to fly a flag of your choice based on our First Amendment rights in the United States Constitution.
City Attorney.
This is Brian Rula with the City Attorney's Office. So the allegations in this complaint with Whispering Pines speak to a violation of the federal and state constitutions, which of course prohibit government interference with the freedom of speech. And the nuance with this complaint is that this involves a metro district, which is a quasi-governmental and political subdivision of the state. So that's the basis for the claim.
Further discussion.
Well,
Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, could you elaborate though? Because based on the United States Constitution, we have a right to fly a flag, right? But then you're saying that the Metro District, being its own governmental entity, can set forth its own rules. And if a homeowner signs a covenant, that they have to abide by those rules. But this is different and different, that the Metro District must allow the homeowner, correct?
So under Colorado state law, you mentioned the covenants and HOAs, for instance, and those operate a little bit differently because those are restrictions that are put on the land by private contract, effectively. Those are covenants that run with the land and that an HOA would enforce. The distinction that is at issue in this case is that this Metro District is the body that is enforcing those covenants.
Okay. Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes, I just want to publicly and personally, and I'll give you a call, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, apologize for not reaching out to you. There's no excuse besides it was a week from hell and we got this letter out and then I was exhausted and then I should have reached out and I don't have an excuse. I'm sorry. You have been quite an ally from supporting even having Aurora Pride and having it in the first place and in Ward 6, and you've been definitely supportive. And honestly, it was just, I should have reached out and it was just quite a week. So I just want to apologize for that. And
thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So I just want to echo that, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, there was no personal reason for not reaching out or personal offense intended. We whipped this together kind of just back and forth within just a couple hours before we had to get it in to the packet. So definitely nothing that was intended to say that you don't support. I know that you do, and I appreciate your service on the Pride Board.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
I am gonna sign on to this letter, and I'm glad that we're putting into writing that we believe in people's ability for free expression and free speech, because the day is going to come where somebody's going to fly a flag or put out a sign that we don't agree with. And, frankly, you can't say you're okay with free speech if you want to shut it down when you don't like that speech. So I'm glad that we are putting this into writing and saying that this council is supportive of free speech of our residents.
Further discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I support anyone who wants to fly the any flag that they want. Again, I see that as a freedom of speech issue. But I would like to explore with the city attorney a little bit deeper the issue of a contract that has been signed between residents of the Metro District and the Metro District itself. My understanding is that the covenant specifically says that due to the large number of flags that people may want to fly, due to the diverse political positions that people want to take, that we are simply not going to allow any of those within the Metro District other than the United States flag and those required by law, campaign signs prior to an election. So that contract was signed by the residents of the House that want to fly the flag and the Metro District. Could you describe the impact of that legal contract? Because what we're essentially saying is City Council wants the Metro District to override a legal contract that's in place. And I'd like you to address the appropriateness of that.
And if I could, Brian, yes. So sign codes, which include flags, have to be content neutral. So if you say none, it's none, except, you know, there is a federal law regarding the American flag being flown, and that's an exception. If you begin to have non-content neutral, if you have more exceptions or you have other issues that are going on, any sign code, the city sign code, metro districts or homeowners' contracts on that issue can be challenged. That's exactly what's happening here. The city is not in this lawsuit at all. This is a lawsuit by the person who wants to have their flag and the district itself. And what they're saying is you are discriminating based on content, which is not allowed. So that's the issue in that case. Yes, there's a contract, but again, on free speech issues, there's contract neutrality that has to be a part of any regulation that you're writing.
So Dan, if I could go a little bit further on that, then Mayor, may I? So Dan, if I go a little bit further on that, and I think Councilmember Gardner brought this point up, is that there's speech that you know, members may support, and there's speech that there's not. So if someone decided, you know, if this is overturned and the legal contract between the residents and the Metro District is overturned, then that would also imply that if someone wanted to raise a flag, you know, said Bernie is my president, or the Confederate flag, or thin blue line flag, in the same way that the gay rights plate, the pride flag would be able to be shown, any of those other opinions would be able to be shown as well. Is that correct?
That's correct, until they write their sign or flag code, their covenants in an appropriate way to be content neutral.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, Councilmember Parsons.
Thank you. Dan, would this freedom of speech, could this go as far as, well, could this go as far as somebody feels like that they want their house painted green instead of tan? So with this letter, they could hold this letter up and say, you know, this is what I want to do. Go that far?
No, because at some point, painting the color of your house is simply a covenant. It has no free speech issue that's associated with that. So no, you can have and again, I want to be careful. HOAs and metro districts, if you properly write your covenants and codes regarding signs and flags, those can be enforced. But the question is, did they do it appropriately in this instance?
Okay, I have one more question, and somebody should know the answer to this. Did Mr. Hendry take this to our Board of Adjustments and Appeals? Or did it just go straight to the Sentinel and Council? Because there is a middle road that he could go.
I think he went to the ACLU, not straight to the Sentinel and Council.
Okay, so he took it outside of the city instead of trying to solve it within the city.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is support for support for the letter of support for LGBTQ plus communities in metro districts. Is there any opposition to supporting the letter?
Mayor, I don't think we should be engaged in contracts between two parties.
Very well.
I oppose.
Further opposition? Seeing no further opposition, with an adequate number of members having arisen in support, the letter will move forward with my signature. Item number 6, call-ups of Council Policy Committee items. Seeing none, miscellaneous items. Seeing none. Oh, Councilmember Gruber.
Mayor, I'd like to, I intend to bring to our next formal meeting a recall of Mr. Harold Johnson from the Civil Service Commission. There was information that I was made aware of after our vote for him that I would like council to consider. Specifically the issue, and if you can find this on both a Westward article from about 2015, as well as a CBS 4 article and news story that they did in 2015. Mr. Johnson was fired from the Denver Police Department when he spoke to us, and on his resume that he provided to us, the resume said that under employment, he listed retired Denver Fire Department. That was not true. He was not retired. He was the Civil Service Commission of Denver had fired him. Also, during questioning with Mr. Johnson, there was an issue or a question that was asked, and when he answered, he said, well, when I retired from the fire department. Now that we know that he was not fired or not retired, but he was actually fired by the Civil Service Commission, and he did not rebut that. He did not go back in and ask for a hearing, a secondary hearing. I believe that council has no choice other than to bring that up for a vote and to determine whether or not we leave him on the Civil Service Commission. So I'll bring that up on the extent.
Point of order to the city attorney, and that is how do we proceed with this? Does this it is a proposal by Councilmember Gruber, and so then does it go before a study session? Can it go straight to the floor? Where's the process procedurally?
My understanding of what Councilmember Gruber just indicated is he wishes to use his prerogative to bring it to the floor under the council rules at the next meeting.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, and I agree wholeheartedly. We were not aware of his termination. My question is, so the city cannot rescind the offer, the council has to make that decision, correct?
Correct.
Attorney? Okay.
City attorney as well, if you could opine on that. My understanding is that only the city council can revoke the appointment.
Terminate him from his appointment. Okay.
Yeah, the council has the power to appoint and to take away that appointment. Now, the rules actually indicate here that you need 8 votes to remove him from that position.
Okay. Very well.
Mayor.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. You know, it's obviously a prerogative of a council member to bring that forward. If it is brought forward, I want the opportunity for Mr. Johnson, if he should choose, to respond. I mean, he's a private person in this position. Just because he did not appeal doesn't show any guilt. He denied the accusations. We have a systemic institutional history of not we, the city, I'm saying society, perhaps the city, perhaps Denver, you can take it as you'd like, of, you know, putting people of color who've been in positions and having false allegations against them. And I have a lot of concern with that. He interviewed well, he has great perspective. I'm just not going to, because of a news story and this, have a reaction. I'd like to give him that opportunity. I understand if he doesn't. I mean, this is from 6.5 years ago and he's having to go through that. Not to say I don't take the allegations seriously, but I think it's important to just also hear that side and hear that perspective, especially when there can be some racial retaliation that could have happened.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
That was Marcano, I think.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, Mayor. I would agree with that, but from where I'm sitting, what I'm most disappointed by here is that this could have been discussed in the interview, and it was hidden from council until we were basically made aware of this through the news media. And I think that there was an opportunity to come clean with this situation, to talk about how it might actually, how they might have learned from this situation, how it might have better prepared them for this kind of role, to really make their case and to not hide anything from council. But that's not what happened. And it's that initial dishonesty that I really take account with. So I think we need to do our due diligence here and make up for that mistake. So I'll be supporting this when it comes before us.
Mayor. Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm just saying this is non-debatable. We will have the opportunity to debate this on the floor. Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just going to agree with Councilmember Marcano that it was more the dishonesty as it was in the media.
We will have that debate.
About him being saying that we knew. He said that we knew.
I'm sorry, who?
Councilmember Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. I don't know if he's listening in tonight, but I think for me, when someone comes with claims of, racially motivated retaliation, I believe that, and I don't find myself in a position of how and when they share that. So I join Councilmember Johnston. I don't feel comfortable moving on that now. It is not a defense of his comments, which were quite gross, but at the same time, I think there's a larger conversation here. And given our previous conversations about, do people deserve a second chance, and do we judge people based on things that they've said before? I think that it at least warrants the opportunity for a discussion if he so chooses. Sure. And so happy to echo that next time, but saying that tonight as well.
Yeah, but Councilmember Gruber does not can move forward independently on this. This does not require a majority support. There will be a vote on the floor. Are there further miscellaneous items? Seeing none, are there any items removed from the agenda? If any, none. Thank you, Council. Meeting adjourned.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Have a good night, everyone.